a bigger size, bigger than sand. Mas mabigat sa sand at saka mas malalaki. Yung butil niya po, granule niya. So yun ang napili namin. So ito na ngayon ang nandyan ngayon, binubuhos. Marami kaming naririnig na mga nag-uupos dyan kasi maraming mga reasons for the opposition. Number one, sabi harmful. Totoo po yun during the crushing. But one na nandyan na nailubog na sa tubig, hindi na, nakakatakot lang kasi yan yung dust po, dust particles. Pero ngayon po, hindi na po, wala nang pong dust particles yan. So ito yung ginangwit ngayon dyan. So nakikita po natin, yung nandiyan ngayon binubuhos nila, balak namin 100 meters po yan na wide, tapos 60 meters sa lalim. Ang ibig sabihin, tatakpan po namin yan para yung tubig dyan ay medyo mas malinis na. So ganun po ang nangyayari ngayon. Kung high tide po yan, mapupuno po yung sand na yan. Pero during low tide, bababa na several hundreds of centimeters. So 1 meter ang kalalim. Kung maglo-low tide, makikita mo yung mga yung buhangin na yan. Pero during the process, ay kailangan naman maganda yung interventions natin. We have a geo tube interventions na kailangan hindi mawas out po yan. Parang may 100 meter po na may tube yan, sinasalpak namin ng sand yan, parang parallel to the shoreline para i-hold niya yung sand. The moment na yung waves ay babalik sa, meron nag-hold po yan, kung itutulak na naman niya, pagpunta sa shoreline, babalik yun. So, hindi po mawawala yun. Hindi mawawala yun, naka-static yun. Makikita po sa September 19 po, we are planning to open that one. Sa September 19, that will be the culmination of our International Coastal Cleanup Day on September 19. So nag-umpisa na kami maglinis ngayon. Araw-araw po naglilinis kami dyan ngayon, matatapos sa September 19. So we'd like to invite the public to see and cooperate with us in cleaning that bay. Mag-start po ng alas 7 ng umaga, matatapos ng alas 9, and we will have a very short program to see yung natapos na project. So yan po ang aming ang pinaplano namin for that portion of the Baywalk. Ganun po.
Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat po.
Mr. Chair, maraming salamat, Secretary. Sana po, Secretary, ako po ay gandang-ganda doon sa inyong paliwanag at hango po doon sa inyong paliwanag, ang Dolomite pala ay delikado kung ito ay pulbos. Pero dahil malalaking granule lang inyong in-order, inaasahan natin na hindi ito magiging delikado. Kung tama po yung aking pagkakaintindi, Secretary.
Sure. Meron ho akong dala-dala na Dolomite. Ganito po.
Ganyan pong kalaki.
Hindi, mas malaki po ito. Ito yung kinuha ko sa aquarium. Yung mas maliliit po ito, thrice the size of an ordinary sand. The granule of a sand, times 3 po. Kaya mas mabigat, mas malaki. Mas malalaki po yun. So yun po yung hindi na ililipad ng hangin. Kasi yun ang yung the dust portion. So we are really very sure of the safety of the use of Dolomite in that area, Your Honor.
Salamat po. At kaakibat po nitong tanong, tungkol pa rin ba sa Dolomite? Sige po. Deputy Speaker El Rey Villapuerte.
Yung maganda naman yung explanation ni Secretary Simato. Unang-una yung concern is unhealthy. At sinabi naman niya hindi ito unhealthy. In fact, aside from maganda po ang aesthetics niya na white sand, nakakalinis pa siya ng tubig at ginagamit sa aquarium. At alam rin ni Congressman Barbers yan, dahil golfer siya, Ginagamit po to sa mga sand area ng golf. Kung nag-golf kayo, yan ang ginagamit. Ako nag-golf ako, safe po yan. Then pangalawa, siguro kung nakapunta rin kayo sa Plantation Bay siguro, sa Boracay, Shangri-La or sa ibang resort, ginagamit po yan as a aesthetic na sand. So hindi po first time gagawin po yan ng DNR. Ako, I support this. Excited na po ako pumuntang Manila Bay. Last time pumunta po ako doon was 40 years ago. Because of this, yung ginawa po ni Secretary Simato in the DNR, I think libo-libong tao ang gustong pumunta dyan. So I think let's give the DNR a chance. Kasi last na lang, Chairman, nung pinasira yung Boracay, sabi rin ng mga tao, ang daming nagreklamo. Nung natapos, pinuri na po nila ang gobyerno. So palagay ko pag natapos ng project, marami nang magpupuri rin sa gobyerno. So yun lang po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you sa napaka-ikling paggamit ng oras, Deputy Speaker El Rey Villafuerte, at parte pa rin po ng tanong sa people's participation po o sa usapang budget na initiated by no less than our Speaker, Speaker Alan Peter Cayetano. Ang tanong rin po ng ating mga kababayan, yun daw po bang ginamit na pera pambili at pagsasaayos ng Manila Bay, iyan ba ay nakasaad sa 2020 GAA?
Hindi po. Yung nagamit po dito ngayon ay yung sa 2019. Ito po yung special, hindi kasama po sa appropriations po ito. Ito sa special fund coming from the DBM. It was intended really for that rehabilitation of Manila Bay. So, meron rin component sa 2020 pero iba na po yung papaggagamitan po noon sa 2020. At saka continuous po ito because this will really be a multi-year po ito sa akin nga masasabi baka hindi pa natin matapos in 2 years po ito dahil marami po mga components yan. We have to clean all the rivers, the Pasig River, the San Juan River, Parañaque River, and the Tuliahan River, Nabutas, and Malabon. Lilinisin po lahat ng mga esteros po, kailangan linisin.
Mr.
Because
Secretary,
sayang po dito kung hindi natin linisin yan kasi babagsak rin sa Manila Bay.
Mr.
So,
Secretary,
ito po,
sana naman po ito pong tinatambakan natin ng Dolomite na pinapangarap nating maging Boracay, parang yung lugar ni Kong Ted Haresco balang araw. At sana nga ay mawala yung pagiging acidic ng tubig kasi mabaho talaga yung tubig niyan, lalong-lalo na pagka umaambon, di ba? Ay masakatuparan natin sa lalong madaling panahon. At pinaniniwalaan ko naman na kagaya ng ginawa nyo sa Boracay na napakaganda, although hindi ko pa nakikita, hindi pa po ako nakakabalik ng Boracay simula nung pinaganda nyo, natapat po na marami tayong naging trabaho dito sa Kongreso at nagkaroon pa ng pandemya, ay sana makita ko rin. Ngayon po, ay mayroon na katanungan si Congressman Mike Defensor na nakadugtong rin dyan sa Dolomite.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Chair, dito po sa binanggit ni Secretary Simato, kasi di ba nakita ko yung budget nila 698 million, pero marami ho to, hindi lang naman to yung Manila Bay. For the particular project, magkano po yung gagastusin, Mr. Secretary? Sa Manila Bay, USEC.
request Yusek Jonas, siya po kasi nakaano sa Manila Bay po.
Opo.
Magandang hapon po.
Doon po sa Manila Bay, kung magkano?
Yung sa sinasabi po natin siguro, Congressman, yung sa beach nourishment po. Ang total po ng beach nourishment sa Baywalk po natin ay mahigit kumulang 389 million po sa beach nourishment.
Yun lang, Mr. Chairman, kasi binanggit ni Secretary kanina, pinag-aralan pala nila yung bato, yung Dolomite kasi natatakot naman ako. We spent so much for the project, tapos mawawala. Yung pala, Mr. Secretary, may technical study kayo na hindi mawawala yan. At yung pag-agos ng yung waves, no, as you mentioned earlier, contained dahil meron kayong sapat na aral tungkol dito. May technical study tungkol dito.
Opo, pinag-aralan po namin yan kasi of course yan ang worry talaga natin kung isang taon lang maubos kagad yung tinambak mo. So ayaw naman sana namin mangyari. So we look for somebody na nakakaintindi po ito. Nagbigay po siya ng proposal. Nakita ko po yung plano na talagang maiiwanan po yon. Of course, hindi mo naman siguro maano yan kasi beyond that babagsakan niya, it is still a swimming area po. So, kung babagsakan niya, nandyan pa rin naman yon. So, ano lang po, the elevation of the source of the sand at saka yung babara sa kanya is pareho lang ang elevation po eh. So, dito yung sand, dati sloping na ganyan eh. Pero because naglagay ng parang tube dyan na pang-prevent po, hindi po mawawala, hindi mahuhulog pa yun, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman, yun lang po yung katalungan ko kasi ayoko nga din yung waste of funds, no, yung pondo natin para sa project na to. But Mr. Chair, katulad din na sinabi ni DSL Ray kanina sa Boracay, pero ito rin, this is Manila. Ito yung kapital ng ating bansa. And ang Manila Bay, isa sa mga hindi lang pang sentro ng pang-ekonomiya with our traffic ng mga trade, lahat-lahat, pati sentro yan ng turismo ng ating bansa. So, Mr. Chairman, yung cost dito napakaliit considering yung beautification that will happen. Hindi ko alam saan nanggagaling kung may opposition man, but I think, Mr. Secretary, dito sa Kongreso, may suporta ka. Umasa ka sa suporta namin at sa patuloy na pagsuporta para may iayos mo hindi lamang Manila Bay, pero yung iba pang paglilinis ng estero. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Mike Defensor, Chairman ng Public Accounts. Yes, Congressman Barbers.
Chairman, gusto ko lang pong i-manifest at susugan yung sinabi ni Congressman Defensor tungkol doon sa usapin ng Dolomite. No? I understand that ang fear ho kasi ng taong bayan nung lumabas po ito ay yung health issue. But you have already addressed that already, Mr. Secretary. So ang isang tanong na dapat din sigurong malaman ng taong bayan, kasi gumastos po tayo ng 389 million. At hindi po nakikita na yung source po na pinagkunan nitong Dolomite ay kumita rin ng income. Gusto na sana nating malaman kung magkano yung kinita yung source nung Dolomite na to. I believe it was extracted from Cebu, the province of Cebu.
Secretary Simato.
Yeah, may request, Secretary Ayosek Jonas.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, good afternoon po. I-clarify ko lang po, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, yung 389 po, ito po yung coverage ng buong beach nourishment project. Ang pinagamitan po, ang nagastos lang po natin dun sa Dolomite, but about 28 million lang po out of 389. Ito po, covered po ito yung priority project po ng ating Manila Bay, yung beach area po lang po ang babayaran natin dito. As regards mo sa supplier, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Excuse me. Ang tanong natin, because this is extracted from a municipality in the province of Cebu. And because of the quarry laws, they earn X amount of money. Gusto lang natin malaman yon kasi hindi naman tayo po yung sumusuporta dito.
Sir, yung cost po na naibayad per DPWH report, ang naibayad po dun sa contract ng supplier ay about 28 million, Your Honor. That covers the price of the Dolomite sand, transportation cost, taxes, and other fees, Your Honor. Kasi package na po yung delivery nun from Cebu hanggang Manila Bay po, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, kasi lingid sa kaalaman ng lahat na meron pong kinita ang isang munisipyo sa pag-extract po nito. And yan ang dapat maliwanagan din ng taong bayan. Bukod dun sa health issue that are always being asked. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Salamat sa short interjection, Congressman Barbers. Tayo po ngayon ay nandito pa rin sa punto ng ating usapang budget o people's participation part ng ating budget briefing. At ang pangatlong katanungan po, huling katanungan na ito, Secretary, ay nananggaling sa Facebook ay how did the department determine that this is the best use for public funds? Sa pagbili po nitong Dolomite po na to.
Yes, the funds was given to achieve a goal of complying with the mandamus of against the government. It is not proper for us to comply to this mandamus which has been nandun po. Nangyari na ilang taon na po ito yung mandamus. Alam naman natin po yung mandamus, hindi ililif yung mandamus pag hindi pa natapos yung ating yung kanilang order. So, ginampanan natin ito and with humility, Your Honor, I accepted the challenge despite that 10 taon na po ito nang galing na binigay sa mandamos. Sabi ko naman, while I was able to solve the problem of the cesspool in Boracay, sabi ko, kung ano magagawa ko, hanggat maano na ako sa gobyerno, ay magagawa ko, gagawin ko. So sabi ko, I accepted the challenge. And the president ordered me to clean up Manila Bay. And therefore, Your Honor, yung mga pera na napupunta rito ay it can be that it is in compliance to the mandamus. And at the same time, Your Honor, the center of this project is in the Baywalk. And therefore, ito po yung lugar na pinupuntahan mga tao, especially sa hapon, nagtitingin ng the world famous sunset.
Ayan. Maraming salamat, Secretary Roy Simato. At bago po tayo magsimula sa ating period of interpellation, ipapaalala lamang sa bawat isa, lalong-lalo na sa ating mga guest ngayong araw na ito, na lahat po ng inyong katanungan at lahat ng inyong sagot ay ipatutungkol ninyo sa chairman ng committee ito. Hindi po kayo direktang mag-uusap ng sino mang kinatawan o sino mang guest sa araw na ito, bagkus lahat po ay ipupukol at ipatutungkol ninyo sa chairman ng committee upang wala pong direktang mag-away o magkasagutan dito sa committee hearing na ito. Ang bawat isa po ay bibigyan ng pagkakataon na magtanong, lahat ng nagpalista, at ang bawat isa ay striktong bibigyan ng 3 minuto. Dahil sa oras pong ito, meron na po tayong 52 na representante na nagpalista at mukha pong sulitin nyo na ang pagtatanong kasi wala po tayong second round ngayong pagkakataon na ito. Para po sa ating only round ngayong araw na ito, sisimulan natin sa ating minority leader, Bishop Benny Abante. Bishop Benny?
Magandang hapon po, Chairman.
Yes,
Magandang
Bishop.
hapon
Umpisahan
po,
nyo na po ang inyong pagtatanong, Bishop.
Ako ba'y 3 minuto rin?
Yung 3 minuto ko po sa'yo, Bishop, medyo mabagal yung 3 minuto.
Magandang hapon po, Secretary Simato.
Good afternoon po.
At sa pamilya po ng DNR. Doon po sa inyong sinabing budget po ng rehabilitation ng Manila Bay, no? Yun lang pong pagkakabili ng Dolomite at yung pagkakasapo niya sa Manila Bay ay nag-cost ng 389 million. Ganun po ba yung ibig sabihin, no?
Mr. Chair, hindi po
DNR?
hindi po ganun yung ating computation, Mr. Chair, Your Honor. Ang sinabi ko nga po kanina, yung 389 million, ito po yung gagamitin sa buong proyekto ng beach nourishment. About 6% lang po yung sa Dolomite doon, in the amount of 28 million, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Chair, 28 million lang yung halaga ng Dolomite. Am I right, Mr. Chair?
DNR?
Tama po, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
So, how were you able to saan nyo dinala the rest of the fund na 389 million?
Mr. Chair, Your
DNR?
Honor. Mr. Chair, sir.
Para po sa kalinawan ng DNR, ang atin po mga guest ay maghihintay po muna na ma-recognize ng chairman ng committee bago po magsasalita, aking minamahal na Yusek Leones, malapit na kaibigan natin. Yes, DNR.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, yung 389 million po, sabi ko nga po, ito yung kasama po rito yung pagbili ng Dolomite. Pero sa 389 million, ang kasama po dito mga activity, unang-una po, yung tinatawag nating desilting. Kailangan po natin kasing linisin yung ilalim ng Manila Bay. Ito po mahigit 1 metro ang kapal ng silt na nag-accumulate po doon in decades. So kailangan po natin, bago natin lagyan ng bagong buhangin, kailangan nating linisin. Pangalawa po, sa paglalagay po natin ng buhangin, kailangan po may yung ang nabanggit po ng ating kalihim, kailangan po meron tayong geo intervention to make sure that the sand will not easily be washed out in case of strong current. So ito po yung una-una po, desilting, meron pong geo intervention, paggamit po ng mga geotubes, geotextile, at ang halaga po ng mga buhangin na ilalagay doon. Ito po yung mga activities na nakapaloob po sa 389 million, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair,
Minority Leader,
request
please
lang
proceed.
po, Mr. Chair, request na lang po na pakibigay ang breakdown ng mga expenses ng 389 million sa Committee on Appropriations. Pwede po ba yun?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, we will provide po ang details ng beach nourishment, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Okay, ako po hindi against o in opposition to what DNR is doing as far as beautifying Manila Bay is concerned. Ano po? Siguro, iba naman po yung aking magiging punto dito. Now, when you talk about Manila Bay, yan po ay cove. Hindi po ba? Manila Bay is a cove. Yan ay nagsisimula mula doon sa Bataan hanggang doon sa Cavite. Yan ang buong Manila Bay. Okay. Now, pakipaliwanag lang po kung saan nyo nilagay yung Dolomite at kung ilang metro na bahagi ng Manila Bay. Ang pagkakaalam ko, ako po yung taga Maynila, no? Ang pagkakaalam ko ay mula po yan sa US Embassy hanggang doon sa Manila Yacht Club. Yun lang po ba ang lugar kung saan nyo pinaglagyan ang Dolomite, Mr. Chair?
Yes, DNR. Yusek Leones.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, tama po yun. Ang paglalagyan po ng 389 million sa beach nourishment, ito po yung portion ng Manila Embassy hanggang po doon sa Yacht Club. Kaya nga lang po, ang pinag-aralan po ng DNR at saka ng Interagency Task Force, yung lugar doon sa Manila Bay o sa Baywalk, kung saan lang po pwede nating lagyan ng buhangin. Dalawang portion lang po ang pwedeng lagyan ng buhangin. May portion po na malapit sa Manila sa Embassy, US Embassy, at saka ito po konting strip of land dito sa may Yacht Club. Ang ginawa po natin dyan, yung Dolomite natin, mag-a-appear lang po yan doon sa portion ng US Embassy. Dahil doon lang po talaga po pwedeng maglagay ng beach nourishment at doon lang po makikita yung Dolomite, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, akala ko...
Minority Leader, you may continue.
Oo, akala ko kasi binibigyan nyo naman masyadong atensyon ng US Embassy. Anyway, ganito po yan. Kinakailangan po, malaman po ng taong bayan kung saan po sa Manila Bay. Sapagkat pag sinabing Manila Bay, ay napakahaba po niyan. Ngayon, ang isang katanungan ko pa, gaano po kalayo yan? Yan po ba'y umabot sa breakwater? Sapagkat alam nyo, Mr. Chair, nung ako po ay batang maliit pa, doon po ako naliligo sa Manila Bay nung araw, malinis yan eh. Umaabot po kami ng breakwater. Doon po sa may bandang PICC na ngayon. Ano po? So I would like to find out kung hanggang gaano kalayo. Sinabi niyo sa amin desilting at gaano kalalim. Nabanggit po kanina ni Secretary Simato na umabot po ng 60 meters ba ang lalim o 60 feet ang lalim. Ngayon naman po gaano kalayo mula po doon sa pangpang ng Manila Bay.
DNR, we will respond to the question of the minority. Yusek Leones.
Ang layo po, Your Honor, From seawall po, 60 meters seaward, Mr. Chair, Your Honor. Ang layo po ng i-dredge and i-desilt natin, Mr. Chair.
So, Mr. Chair, ang layo
Yes,
po ay
Minority
60
Leader.
meters mula po doon sa Pampang, no?
Opo,
Okay,
60.
mula po doon sa mga bato.
Opo.
Alright.
Tama
Yung
po.
lalim po naman, gano'ng kalalim?
Yusek Leones?
Medyo malalim po, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, kasi dito lang po sa silt na nakuha natin, talagang mahigit 2 metro na po yung lalim nung nakuha nating silt. So yung sa water po siguro medyo malalim-lalim din po at wala lang po akong exact figure, pero malalim po yun, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Okay, so
Minority
sa inyo,
Leader.
Mr. Chair, sa inyong pag-aaral, sabi niyo meron kayong technical na pag-aaral dyan, no? Matanong ko nga lang, sapagkat pag bumabagyo po ng malakas sa Manila Bay, grabe po ang alon dyan. Hindi lang po grabe ang alon dyan, subalit kapag yun po ay signal number 4, for example, kahit po yung mga malalaking barko, tumatabi po sa Pampang. And that happened so many times. Oho, makakasiguro ba kayo na sa inyong pag-aaral na kapag malakas ang bagyo, inaabot po tayo ng at least mga 3 malalakas na bagyo. Ano po, dito po sa Metro Manila, ay hindi po mawawash out ng malayo ang Dolomite na yan, o kaya naman yung mga bangka at yung mga barko na talagang tumatabi doon sa Pampang, hindi makaka-apekta sa inyong nilagay, Mr. Chair.
Yusek Leones?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, kung kaya nga po itong ang ginawa natin, yung beach nourishment, ito po'y bagong konsepto at teknolohiya na ina-apply din po sa ibang bansa. Ang tinatawag po natin beach nourishment, Your Honor, ito po yung pagdadagdag ng artificial na sediment doon sa mga beach area na may kakulangan sa beach area. Kapag nalagyan po natin ng beach ng sand, yung beach area ng kadagdagang sand, ang nagiging epekto po nito ay mag-expand yung beach area seaward. Compared naman po dun sa hindi natin lalagyan ng beach sand, yung makonti lang yung beach area, kung walang beach nourishment, ang mangyari po doon yung beach area magre-retreat landward. So bukod po doon sa ginagawa nating beach nourishment, nabanggit po natin kanina, may mga geo-intervention po tayong gagawin doon. Ito po yung sinabi po ng ating kalihim, may mga geotubes po tayo. Ito po yung plastic bag na nilalagyan natin ng sand at inalagay po natin sa perimeter ng beach area natin. Ito po ang in-expect po natin dito, itong beach geotubes na filled with sand will absorb the shock or the strong current produced by the strong wave, Mr. Chair. So, ito lang po yung initial nating ginagawa para po ma-ensure yung retention ng sand. But in the future, sir, meron po kaming pinaplano na gawin to na konting may mga breakwater pa tayong pwedeng gawin doon to make sure that the sand will be retained even in stronger waves, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, ang ibig sabihin po nito, pag pinag-usapan po natin yung beach area, that would be 60 meters away from the shore, and that would be 500 meters long. Wide, 60 meters long and 500 meters wide. Yun po ba ang ibig sabihin ng inyong tinatawag na beach area? Sapagkat, Mr. Chair, alam po natin na napakalapit po sa US Embassy ang international port. At yung Manila Bay po ay isa sa pinakamalalim na bay sa buong Asia. Okay, na ang mga barko po is just about 1 kilometer away from the shore. So yun po yung concern natin dito. So I would like to find out what is the beach area that you are talking about. At kung ano po, Mr. Chair, ang sukat ng beach area na yan.
Yusek?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, ang area lang po na ating gagawan ng beach nourishment, ito po yung portion lang talagang meron dong beach area. Ang nagkakaroon po ng dimension to ng 120 by 60 lang po ang lalabas doon na mayroong beach area appearance. Yung iba po, yung mula po doon sa 120 hanggang doon sa yacht club, ito po ang tawag natin doon, beach nourishment. Lilinisin lang po natin, desilting, pero hindi na po masyadong makikita doon yung sand dahil malalim na po doon, Mr. Chair, Your Honor. So ang beach area lang po natin, beach area appearance like na may white sand po, ay ito po yung 120 by 60 starting from the U.S. Embassy, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, the reason why I asked this question because for a long time, hindi po naisip ng pamahalaan since Commonwealth time. Nalagyan po ng beach area ang Manila Bay because number one, there is the international port. Number two, that the Manila Bay, malalim po yan. And it is good for all the ships coming internationally. Ayun po, I would like to now switch the question, Mr. Chair, to another. No? Ang atin pong mabuting secretary, sinabi po sa atin yung mga tributaries. Ano po? At least po sa Maynila, meron pong 3 tributary yan. No? Okay. Pasig River, tapos yung San Juan River po ay mapasok ng Pasig River. No? Ngayon, binanggit po ninyo yung Tulyahan, binanggit po ninyo yung sa Parañaque, lahat na. Now, ako po ito'y sinabi ko sa isang inyong USEC na kaibigan ko na ang pinakamaruming bahagi ng ilog ay ang tinatawag nating San Juan River. Kung pupuntahan nyo ang San Juan River niya, alam ko po yan sapagkat ang distrito ko po, ang tanging distrito sa buong Maynila na dinadaanan po ng mga major tributaries sa Maynila, ng Pasig River, ng San Juan River. At kung makikita po nyo ang San Juan River, ay terrible, talagang napakaitim na po, napakaitim na at napakarumi. Now, kapag yan po ay nag-flow sa Manila Bay, how could you be able to control yung dumi ng tubig na maapektahan din po naman yung ginawa niyong beach area? Oo. How are you able to control that? Sapagkat right now, ako po, sabihin ko na po sa inyo wala po akong nakikitang anumang talagang malaking activity to seal San Juan River and to clean up San Juan River. Doon po sa Pasig meron. Pero San Juan River po ay wala. Halos wala. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Chair, no, on this. May you please respond?
DNR? Your efforts on San Juan
Mr.
River?
Chair, Your Honor, ito pong San Juan River, isa po sa mga river basin na tinututukan po ng ating department. Kaakibat po doon sa Manila Bay rehabilitation effort na rehabilitation natin. Pero tama po yun, wala pa po siguro nakikita si Your Honor dun sa ating ginagawa dahil po inabot po ng pandemya. Lahat po ng ating river basin talagang hindi lang po sa budget ng pamahalaan kukunin yung paglilinis po niyan. Nag-invite din po tayo ng mga civil societies that will help us clean this San Juan River. So ngayon, ang gusto ko lang pong sabihin, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, ang San Juan River po ay kasama po sa priority natin. In fact, tutulong po sa atin ang DPWH sa paglilinis po ng mga esteros, hindi lang po yung river basin ng San Juan. Kasi ang nanggagaling po sa paningin po namin, nanggagaling po yung basura, hindi lang sa San Juan River, but sa mga esteros po na nakadikit dito. Ano po ang gagawin natin sa San Juan River? Isa po yung tinatawag nating dredging and desilting din po ng ating ng river system. Pangalaw po, ini-strictohan po natin yung pag-enforce ng ating batas sa Clean Water Act. Kung mapapansin nyo, marami na po kaming na-issuean din notice violation at naipasara para po may siguro na yung kanilang dini-discharge dito sa San Juan River ay talagang malinis na. Kasama rin po natin ang DILG rito sa ating effort. Kaya nga po inuutusan ng ating kalihim ng DILG yung mga lokal na pamahalaan, lalo-lalo na po yung barangay, na tiyakin na malinis yung kanilang nasasakupang esteros Otherwise, meron po silang penalty na po pwedeng mapatawan. So, maaari pong hindi pa lang po nakikita ng ating Honorable Congressman yung ating effort dahil po talagang inabot din po yung naapektuhan din po yung ating schedules. But we would like to assure Your Honor, Mr. Chair, that ito pong San Juan River in the future or as soon as possible, makikita nyo rin po yung mga ginagawa ng ating kagawaran dito po sa San Juan River. Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, alam nyo, katulong po ako ng dating Gina Lopez sa pagpapalinis ng Pasig River because that was in my district. I'm sure that you, Sec. Leonen, know na ito pong San Juan River na ito, bumabagtas po yan sa 4 na syudad. Quezon City, San Juan, Mandaluyong at Maynila. Tama po kayo. Wala po akong nakikitang masyadong activity ngayon. Ano po? Samantalang gusto kong sabihin sa inyo, Yusef, na talaga namang alam kong in-inspect nyo na po ang San Juan River at talaga po namang napakaitim yan. Of course, yung pong ginagawang SLEX and LEX connector ay dumadaan po sa San Juan River. Alam ko po naman na alam nyo rin, Mr. Chair, na napakarami rin nating, alam ko na ito ay inyong gagawa ng paraan, yung mga informal settlers po natin. At hindi lang po yung desilting, hindi lang po yung dredging ng San Juan River, kundi meron po ba kayong plano? Alam nyo, ang alam ko po doon sa Han River po sa Korea, katulad din po yan noong araw ng Pasig River na napakarumi. Yet, ginamot po yan ng South Korea, ng Seoul, Korea, yung pong Han River, kung maalala po ninyo, Mr. Chair. Ginamot po yan at ngayon po napakalinis po ng Han River sa South Korea. Meron din po kayo bang gagawing chemical o gamot na gagamitin upang matanggal po ang itim na kulay at patanggal finally ang karumihan po ng San Juan River, Mr. Chair?
Okay. Anybody from DNR who would like to respond to the question presented by the Minority Leader? And the Chair would like to respectfully remind the Minority Leader, Bishop Benny Abante, that after the reply of DNR, he will have his last question. So, you said, Yones.
Thank you.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, yung paglilinis po natin ng San Juan River, particularly yung water, hindi lang po yung magbibigay tayo ng chemical ko para linisin yung water quality. Ang inuuna natin po doon, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, yung mga sources muna po nung ating nung nagdudumi sa tubig. Kagaya po na nasabi ko, siguro pagkatapos po nating madisilt, madegrab yung ilalim nung mga esteros na nakonekta sa San Juan River, that is the time that we will be addressing yung water quality, Mr. Chair. But for the meantime, we are concentrating po yung mga nagdi-discharge, nagdudumi sa katubigan ng San Juan. Nais ko lang pong ipabatid sa Your Honor, sa inyo, Your Honor, meron na rin po kami nagawa, marami na rin po kaming napasarado ng mga institusyon dyan na nagtatapon sa San Juan. Kung mabanggit nyo, isang slaughterhouse po dyan, pinasarado po ng ating kalihim. Yung isang palengke dyan, pinigil din po natin dahil nakitaan po natin talaga nagdi-discharge dyan sa San Juan River. So siguro po yung chemical na aspeto, darating po tayo dyan, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, once we have already addressed the sources of the pollution that is causing the San Juan River, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
The question lang po.
Yes,
Mr.
please
Chair,
proceed
I know
with
that
your
you
last
are-
question, Minority Leader Abante.
Mr. Chair, I know that you are working in tandem with the City of Manila, with Mayor Isko, because for the very first time, our good mayor has been cleaning up the small esteros in the City of Manila. And I am sure that you are working in tandem with the mayor of Manila concerning this. Ano po? At I just would like to ask, how is your working relationship with the City of Manila on this rehabilitation, Mr. Chair?
Okay. Thank you for that last question. DNR, who would respond?
Mr. Chair,
Yusek Leones?
Mr. Chair, napakagandang po ng ating relasyon sa lokal na pamahalaan ng Maynila. Lahat po ng ating ginagawa doon sa, hindi lang po sa Baywalk, sa mga esteros po, for example po dito sa Estero de Abad, dito po sa Remedios, dito rin po sa Faura, lahat po to ay katuwang po natin at katulong natin ang LGU ng Maynila. Kung kaya nga po, kung mapansin nyo, nagkaroon po ng issue dito sa Baywalk, ang nauna po nating sumuporta na nagbigay ng suporta kaagad ay ang LGU dahil naiintindihan po nila, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, yung ginagawa po natin sa Manila Bay, Mr. Chair, Your Honor. Thank you po.
Mr. Chair, I just would like
Yes,
to share
Minority Leader.
a few words, Mr. Chair. Just a few words, no? I would
Please
like
proceed.
to appreciate what the DNR is doing sa Manila Bay at doon po sa mga kailugan natin. Because I know this will benefit the city of Manila and the neighboring cities, no? So we are very thankful, and I would like to tell Secretary Simato that I am in full support of your budget, that I hope and pray it remains to be seen na sana po talagang walang anumang mangyari doon sa nilagay nyo sa beach area. Sana po manatili po itong maganda, and I know that under your watch, Secretary Simato, you're not going to allow anything to happen to your project in the city of Manila, lalo na po yung beach area, lalo na po yung mga ilog na gusto nyong linisin. Kaya magandang hapon po, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat po sa inyong kabaitan. Pagpalain po kayo ng ating Panginoon.
Okay, thank you very much, Minority Leader Bishop Benny Abante. Next, the Chair would like to recognize from the majority, Congressman Elpidio Barsaga. Congressman Barsaga.
Well, una-una, bilang chairman ng Natural Resources, sa kabila ng maraming pagtatanong sa akin ng media, pagkatapos kong marinig ang mga pahayag ni Secretary Simato at saka ni Yusek Leones, I'm fully convinced that there is no valid objection insofar as this project is concerned. I fully support this project. Pero meron lang akong maikling paglilinaw. Unang-una, nababasa natin sa pahayagan na panahon ngayon ng pandemya. At alam nyo naman, marami rin din tayong kritiko. At una nilang sinasabi, bakit yung 389 million sa halip na gastusin sa pagsaayos ng Manila Bay, dapat ginastos na lamang sa pagbibigay ng tulong sa ating mga kababayang mahirap. Pwede bang maipaliwanag kung ano ang dahilan that in spite of the pandemic, yung 389 million ginamit natin sa Manila Bay project?
DNR?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The Chair would like to recognize Yusek Adobo to respond to the query of Congressman Barsaga.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po, sir, my professor. Ito pong ginamit nating halaga na nabanggit ninyo, 389 million, ay na ito'y galing sa contingency fund ng Presidente na noong pang 2019 po ay nakakasana po. Continuing siya na pagpatuloy lamang, na-implement nito na pong 2020. Ang departamento ay tumulong din po sa pamamagitan ng pagsauli ng budget doon sa release appropriation para po sa pandemya. Sa makatuwid po, compliant kami sa 10% of the release allotment na hiningi, na pinabalik sa amin ng Department of Budget and Management po. Halagang 1 bilyon at 69 million po, lahat-lahat, which constitute the 10% of ang baseline po nun, release allotment, ang amin na isoli. Pangalawa po, siguro dapat ang magbanggit nito, ang ating butihing direktor ng MGB. Meron silang halagang mahigit 300 milyon na sa halip na gamitin doon sa Social Development Management Program, ibinigay po nila yan para sa pandemya. Babanggitin po namin na isang maliit na bagay, namigay po kami para doon sa mga mag-aaral, no, ng PUP, ng gadgets na magagamit nila po sa pag-aaral. Sa pagkatuwid po, pinagpatuloy lamang namin ang programa ng departamento. Kaya nagkaroon ng ganitong halaga na nagamit po dyan sa rehabilitation ng Manila Bay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Sa pagkasabi, Mr. Chairman,
For a while, Congressman Barsaga, the chair would recognize also the Secretary Simatu to also respond.
Yes,
Mr. Secretary.
Gusto ko rin sana idagdag ito. Aside from the possible use of financial sa pandemic, ay ako po mismo ay tumulong dito. Ako DNR, pero ako inutusan pumunta sa Cebu para tulungan yung pandemic doon sa Cebu. Maganda po ang nangyari dahil from ECQ, naipababa ko yan sa MGCQ. Dati, ang nagkakasakit doon ay 300 cases a day. Pero ngayon po, I'm happy to tell that in Cebu now, is 6 na lang ang nagkakasakit sa isang araw. And marami rin naman nagpasalamat sa akin na ginawa ko doon, pagtulong sa Cebu. At sabi ko naman ay handa naman ako talagang tumulong. Habang nandun po ako sa Cebu, pinapunta na naman ako sa Bacolod para tulungan na rin sa Bacolod. Lumalakas na rin uli sa Bacolod. So nagbigay na rin naman kami, nandun ang aming team sa Bacolod ngayon at pati Iloilo. The other day, nagpupunta naman sana ako sa General Santos para may problema na naman doon sa General Santos dahil tumaas na naman ang mga cases doon. So ito yung pinapatunayan po that ang DNR po ay aside from the possible na bibigay yung budget namin ay ako mismo tumulong sa mga pandemic doon. Yun po, maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Secretary Roy Simatu.
Mr. Chairman,
Congressman Barsaga, please continue.
tama po bang sabihin na yung 389 million ay nanggaling sa 2019 budget? At as early as 2019, pinag-aaralan na ng DNR ang proyektong ito together with the consequences, together with the procedures necessary. Kaya lamang ngayon in-implement ay because of the pandemic, sapagkat alam naman natin na walang trabaho during the ECQ and MCQ.
DNR? Yusek Adobo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tama po, pero may kaunting ipapaliwanag lang po ako. Yung pong halagang 1.8 billion ay pondo po ng Office of the President galing sa contingency fund. Hindi po doon sa GAA ng 2019 po. Ito ay ibinigay ng Pangulo para magamit po ng departamento. Gawa po, yung aming 2019 ay nakaprograma lahat doon sa aming mga ibang gawain pursuant to our mandates. So, ganun po ang nangyari para kami makapag-umpisa. Humiling po kami ng ayuda sa DBM at yun naman po ay nabigyan po tayo ng karagdagang pondo.
As early as 2019, Mr. Chairman.
Yes po. I'm sorry.
Yusek Adobo.
Yes, thank you, Mr.
Please,
Chairman.
please
Thank you,
respond.
One last issue. Mayroon tayong mga nababasa sa pahayagan, pati na sa social media. Yung ating mga kababayan, one of their adverse criticism ay pakiusap nila na itigil muna ang proyektong ito ng DNR. At kung hindi nila ititigil, magpapile sila ng kaso, possibly, sa Korte Suprema para humingi ng writ of kalikasan. Pwede ba nating malinawan sa DNR how they will answer this issue?
DNR, Yusek Leones.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, tama po yun. Narinig din po namin sa pahayagan sa radyo yung pagtatangka po nilang mag-file. Sa amin naman po, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, karapatan po nilang talagang mag-file kung nakikita nilang may pagkakamali sa ginawa namin. Pero sa aming panig po, kami po ay nakahanda rin na magpaliwanag sa anumang parte, sa anong venue, sa Supreme Court o sa Korte, para po maliwanagan yung issue at maidepensa po namin yung ginagawa natin sa Manila Bay. Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, sa madaling sabi, tuloy-tuloy ang proyektong to matatapos sa September 19 unless there is a restraining order coming from our Court of Justice. Yan ba ang aasahan namin?
Yusek Leones, and before you respond, Yusek Leones, I'd like to remind Congressman Barzaga that after the reply of Yusek Leones, he will have his last question. You may now respond, Undersecretary Leones.
Mr. Chair, sa amin po palagay, sa amin pong pag-aaral sa legal, ang nakikita po naming magiging problema lang po yung kino-question nila na beach nourishment. Pero gusto ko po sanang ipahayag at ipaalam sa ating Your Honor and Mr. Chair na marami po rin pong activity ang ginagawa natin sa Manila Bay. So kung kahit po pahinto man ng Supreme Court, kung talagang yun po ang gustuhan ng makita po ng Supreme Court na patigil, ang comprehensive rehabilitation po ng Manila Bay ay magtutuloy-tuloy pa rin. Dahil hindi lang po hindi lang po doon sa beach nourishment matitigil yung ating effort to rehabilitate Manila Bay, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, for your last question, Congressman Barzaga, please proceed. This will be your last question.
Gusto ko lamang kung pwedeng makapagpadala ng mga dokumento na kinakailangan namin para naman masagot namin ang katanungan ng ilan nating kababayan na pumupuna sa proyektong ito. On the engineering side, on the side of the DNR for the rehabilitation of Manila Bay, and lastly, I would like to emphasize that I am fully supportive of this project. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you also. Thank you very much also, Congressman Barzaga. Next on our list, the chair would like to recognize Congressman Gabriel Bordado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Please proceed now. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Dito sa issue sa Dolomite, although the DNR led by Secretary Simato and some of our colleagues have given assurances regarding the safety aspect of the Dolomite project, yet a lot of people still have misgivings. In fact, Mr. Chairman, yesterday, 3 members of the Senate called for the immediate stoppage of the project. What is the reaction of Secretary Simato to this call, Mr. Chairman?
Secretary Simato.
It's really unfortunate na ito yung kanilang position. However, nabanggit naman namin yung mga defense, yung sa ating mga kine-question nila, na ipaliwanag naman namin dito that yung isa na harmful ay sinabi naman namin na hindi. because nandyan nga, nakikita natin na ngayon na ginagamit na ito since 1996 po ito para sa beach nourishment rin nila sa kanilang mga resorts dito sa Mactan, Cebu. Since 1996 pa nag-umpisa ito, wala naman kami narinig o nabasa na may mga nagreklamo, naging casualties about this. In fact, isang public beach nga doon sa isang town, Dalagit, Cebu, ay ginamit na rin nito for several years. So, wala rin naman. So, ito po yung aming argument, yung question nila na it is harmful. Hindi po. So, yung naipaliwanag naman namin, yung pera na ginamit o gagamitin para dyan na it is within the budget, na ano naman itong budget nito, it was approved and it was released by the DBM for this purpose. So, ano lang naman, kung ipapa-stop naman, well, nasa ano na po yan, nasa korte yan, but yung obligasyon namin na ituloy ito dahil sa mandamos na bigay ng Supreme Court, gagawin namin kasi ano naman nilagay naman na binigyan kami ng tapusin ito paglilinis ito ng Supreme Court, ay gagawin po namin. Binigyan po kami ng pera ng gobyerno na gagawin ito. So, nandyan po yung programa. So, sana lang maintindihan naman that yung mga haka-haka naman, hindi naman actually haka-haka, this possibilities na harmful, possibilities na mahal, ay naipaliwanag naman namin. So kung kailangan pa magpaliwanag pa kami sa Senate, gagawin pa namin ito. Maraming salamat po.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, in other words, the Secretary is telling us that he is really very sure that this Dolomite is safe. That's categorical statement coming from the Secretary of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Mr. Chairman.
Secretary Roy Simato, can you categorically state here right now, this budget briefing, is that type of material, Dolomite, really safe?
Yes, babasahin ko po ito, yung findings ng aming ano.
Please proceed, Secretary.
This is our answer to the statement of Department of Health Undersecretary that Dolomite in its natural state is not a non-health hazard. It is not listed by the Mines Safety and Health Association, Occupational Safety and Health Association, or even in the International Agency for Research as cancer or of cancer as a carcinogen. What is hazardous is the fine silica quartz in some dolomite in the form of dust that is generated during crushing and screening, not the calcium or magnesium. Note that it is dust size which is about 10 to 15 microns that is hazardous if inhaled for long periods of exposure without personal protective equipment. However, the size of the dolomite in Baywalk is 2 to 5 millimeters or equivalent to 2,000 to 5,000 microns or 100 times bigger than dust and therefore not suspended in air and cannot be inhaled. Yes, Plantation Bay, ito yata sa Mactan po ito eh. Yes, it is starting in 1996. Sheraton and Hilton hotels also use this in their beachfront in Mactan. And for over 20 years, no problem or complaint had been raised. Public beach using dolomite is in Dalagit, Cebu, as what I said, that for the last 6 years, no issues or complaint were raised also. So I stand by with this research coming from our Bureau of Mines and Geoscience. Maraming salamat po.
Yes. Congressman Bordado?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think the Secretary has a point there. He has already categorically stated that the dolomite is safe. So we go to another aspect, Mr. Chairman. The Secretary also highlighted the urgency of effective healthcare waste management and treatment, storage, and disposal facilities. Yet, the Environmental Regulation and Pollution Control Program will have a smaller allocation this coming year. Now, what will be the course of action to be taken by the department considering this cut in the budget of the Environmental Regulations and Pollution Control Program? Mr. Chairman.
DNR.
Yusek Kuna,
Yusek,
please answer. Yusek Kuna po.
Yusek Kuna.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. To respond to that, first of all, Mr. Chair, the treatment, storage, and disposal facilities are private initiatives, and I think there are a lot of business interests now that are looking at this sector or this business as a lucrative business to expand given the situation of this COVID pandemic. So there we have identified, each region has identified the number of facilities they have in their particular region. So we already have data on the capacity of each region to address the healthcare waste. And then I'd just like to mention about a month and a half ago or 2 months ago, the Honorable Senator Pia Cayetano invited myself and the Director of the Environmental Management Bureau, William Cuñado, to a virtual meeting with ADB and other experts on healthcare waste in order to discuss the current situation of the capability of our TSD facilities to address the healthcare waste at this time. And we're in the process of submitting the reports coming from the regions for possible assistance also from ADB and these consultants that we met with, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Yusek.
Congressman Bordado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
You may continue now, Congressman Bordado.
I no longer have questions at this stage, so I am giving way to the other congressmen,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Congressman Gabriel Bordado. Next, the chair would like to recognize from the majority Representative Bernadette Herrera D. Congresswoman BH. Next, I'll go back to Congresswoman Bernadette Herrera D later. The chair would like to call next Deputy Speaker Loren Legarda. Deputy Speaker Loren Legarda.
Am I seen online?
I can only hear you, Deputy Speaker. I cannot see your beautiful face here right now, but probably our technical staff can do something about it. But we can hear you.
I have unmuted myself, and I have the video on. Am I seen already?
No, we cannot see you, but we can hear you. Deputy Speaker
Okay,
Loren
that's
Legarda.
fine. You don't have to see me. I just want my voice to be heard, having worked with the Department of Environment and Natural Resources for over 2 decades. My question will be very focused on our protected areas, and I hope that the Undersecretary in charge of regional operations and or the Biodiversity and Management Bureau, Mr. Chair, could answer my query.
You may proceed, Deputy Speaker Legarda.
I'm sorry?
You may proceed now, Deputy Speaker Lagarda.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. As of last year, we enacted the e-NEPAs, and we have a total of 107 protected areas all over the country. I proudly say that having been a part of the Senate then, and you in the lower house, we were able to enact in 13 years, only 13 PAs were enacted, but we were able to enact the expanded NEPAs. So my question is, of these terrestrial and marine protected areas all over the country, in various regions of the Philippines, how much allocation, if my NEP reading is correct, the protection of our protected areas as legislated is 1.4 billion. Is that accurate? Would this include operating expenses, capital outlay, personnel services for the protection of the 107 protected areas? May I know, Mr. Chair, from the whoever, of course, I acknowledge the presence of my dear friend, Secretary Roy Cimatu, whose hard work, especially during this pandemic, is greatly appreciated. He works not just for the environment, but also assisting government in other aspects as well. So we take note of that and express our kind appreciation to Secretary Cimatu. So my question is, the PA, with the 1.4 billion, 1.48 B, if I'm not mistaken, is this sufficient to actually protect the ecosystems, both in land, wetlands, mountains, and our marine resources?
Secretary Roy Cimatu.
Good evening, Madam Congressman Lagarda. With your permission, I would like to request Yosek Adobo to answer the budget and the details of the budget for the protected areas. Yosek Adobo, please.
Yusek Adobo, you're now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, Your Honor. That amount certainly is small to do all the mandates of the DNR for all the protected areas in the country. As a matter of fact, the over 400 million of that budget that we asked were relegated to for later release, which only left us with 735 million, Mr. Chairman. So we are appealing to the members of this august body, if that amount that was relegated to the hindi naman siya later release na pala. Yeah, we have that amount already with us, Mr. Chairman. The one I'm talking about was the activation of the PAMBI for all the other priority protected areas. But certainly we would need more than that to be able to protect, conserve all the protected areas covered by the newly passed law, authored no less by the Honorable Deputy Speaker, Loren Ligarda, Your Honor. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, how much is allocated for the National Greening Program? And how are we able to utilize the funds of the NGP? Because as we know, it's Bridge to Reef. The NGP is not a standalone program. It must be done in to protect our marine and our marine environment, as well as the land areas and our forested areas. So if the PA budget is wanting, meaning only 1.48 billion, if I'm not mistaken, and the NGP which has been funded for over 50 billion in the past several years since 2012. And for this year, I believe the forestry budget would reach around 7 billion. Please correct me if I'm wrong and give me the accurate figures, our USEC for Finance. Why don't you converge with regional operations for the utilization of the National Greening Program, both for marine and terrestrial? Mangroves, but use the right kind of mangroves, the protection of our ridge to reef. So if that is being done, I hope it's being done correctly, but I believe that is the way so that we are focused on our 107 protected areas, a new legislation that should have been passed 2 decades ago or longer, that should be funded but not funded, but there are other funding sources within the agency budget. Mr. Chair.
Yes. From DNR, who will respond? USEC
Adobo, sir.
USEC Adobo. And I would like to remind the Honorable Deputy Speaker Lauren Legarda, after the reply of USEC Adobo, you will have one more question. USEC Adobo, please respond to the query of the Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A small correction. We are given 5 billion, but we agree with the Honorable Speaker. The way to go is really to do convergence with the budget for NGP, with that of the protected area. In fact, that's exactly what we're doing in areas where it is possible. Yes, Honorable Deputy Speaker, we would heed that advice and we would do it well as you desire, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, USEC Adobo. Deputy Speaker Legarda, for your last question, you may proceed now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that, and with the permission of Secretary Simatu, I hope he agrees, I would have a huddle on Zoom with the relevant bureaus so that we will make sure that the NGP in the last 2 years of this administration would be utilized efficiently and effectively so that it is focused on the 107 protected areas and the species of seedlings, even mangroves, etc., will be the correct ones. But that would be in a future meeting so that the budget implementation will not be wasted. And my last question, Mr. Chair, is there's only a 600 million allocation, again, correct me if I'm not accurate, for a very important law, which is Republic Act 9003, the Ecological Solid Waste Management Law, that institutionalizes a segregation of waste at source, recycling, and composting. Earlier, I listened to the body that correctly lamented the state of our rivers and water systems. It is not a matter of putting chemicals in rivers or water systems, Mr. President, Mr. Chair. It is a matter of implementing this law where every barangay of the 42,000 barangays must segregate at source, recycle, and compost. And the waste diversion per barangay, per LGU, can be as much as 75 to 80%. So only 20% is collected by the garbage collector. And so my question is, who is tasked in the DNR with ESWM implementation, and why is it only 600M? But because I understand, you will tell me, you're not the implementing entity of the law. And I know, because I authored that in my first term. And so, where will the 600M go for the implementation of RA 9003? And how can you help LGUs like San Juan and the whole of Metro Manila with its polluted water systems if we do not stop the people from injecting their human waste and solid waste into our rivers? Mr. Chair. I
Thank you.
submit.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker Lauren Legarda, for that will be your last question from DNR. Who will respond to the query of the Deputy Speaker regarding the budget, 600 million, or ESWM?
Mr. Chair, if I
Yusek
may.
Kuna?
Yeah, sir,
Okay.
Mr. Chair, we'd like to defer the question to the Environmental Management Bureau Director, William Cuñado. He's also online now.
Director Cuñado?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Director Cuñado, you are now recognized.
Defer the question to Environmental Management Bureau Director William Cuñado. He's also online now.
Director
Mr. Chair,
Cuñado,
Your
you may
Honor,
now respond to the query of
regarding,
Deputy Speaker Legarda.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, good evening. Regarding the utilizations of the garbage management, Your Honor, yeah, regarding the query of Congressman Legarda, Your Honor, the Bureau is already preparing this year for the comprehensive waste-to-energy combinations of the treatment facilities that will cover not only the bio and non-bio, but also the combinations of this approach. And we are setting aside about 1 unit for every regional office at amount of 20 million. That is combinations of this treatment for bio and non-bio, as well as the food waste management. And that will, and we have a recycling approach in terms of the plastic recycling. And we have already at this point in time, Your Honor, we have already scheduled for demonstration this coming September 14. And that is about 162 million. And that is a 6.5 million per seat. So this will be distributed. And we have also about 182 million that is ongoing the PITC bidding, and we are waiting for the notice to proceed from the PITC to proceed the activities. So hopefully, Your Honor, we will have 182 seats of straders with a combination of composters, and we have about 25 plastic recycling that will address the plastic issue for this year. Hopefully, the total amount for that is about 344 million, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, I admit 3 minutes is never enough for me, especially if it's the budget of the DNR. I know, I realize where I belong. I am one of 300 congressmen. So I appreciate the answers, but I am sorry, I have much more to ask. I will just do an e-huddle with them or perhaps call the DNR and the relevant bureaus under them. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would respect the 3-minute rule.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker Lauren Legarda. And we know you're really concerned for our environment, especially the programs you want DNR to implement. So we expect Secretary Cimatu to also make the commitment to do the e-huddle with the Deputy Speaker, Lauren Legarda. So next, the Chair would like to recognize from the Minority Representative Arlene Brosas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
May proceed now, Representative Arlene Brosas. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. DNR has allotted 320.3 million or 1.7% of its operations budget sa mineral resources enforcement and regulatory program. Dito po dapat in-strengthen ang monitoring ng mining permits, contracts on their compliance with prevailing mining laws, rules, and regulations. Pero Mr. Chair, bakit nag-ooperate pa rin ang Oceana Gold Philippines Incorporated samantalang expired na ang permit nito, Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair, sinusuportahan ba ni Secretary Simatu ang operations ng Oceana Gold kahit expired na ito?
Secretary Roy Simato.
Hindi po. Expired na po yun. Ang balita ko ay minemaintain lang muna nila yung mga equipment nila, yung kanilang properties, but it's not operating, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, may mga...
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I would like to request Director Moncano of the MGB to answer to add to my answer.
Okay, the director of MGB, you recognize, you may now reply to the query of Representative Brosas.
Thank you, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. For the information of the lady Congresswoman, Oceana Gold has not been operating since it expired. No, actually, what is happening in the site is care and maintenance of the underground mine. Because if you don't undertake care and maintenance, the mine will be flooded. And therefore, all the assets, that's the asset of the government, will be lost. So they are maintaining the water level underground. So there is dewatering operation. But as far as commercial operation is concerned, there is no commercial operation right now. No, that's why if you followed the news, Oceana will be terminating, or actually has terminated 800 employees already because their renewal application with the Office of the President has not yet been acted. But they're hopeful that this will be renewed, but at the moment, it's not yet renewed. So it's the company is not operating, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, kinaklaro po natin yan dahil alam naman po natin na nagdulot yung Australian Mining Company ng 25 taong krisis sa kalikasan, ano? Sa dayo ng pagmimina ng Didipio, sa Didipio, Nueva Vizcaya. Actually, nagbarikada nga dyan ng mga indigenous community at well aware po ang DNR dyan. Ibinasura din ng Korte Suprema ang apela na makapag-operate kahit na expired ang lisensya. Even ang lokal na pamahalaan ay umaalma sa minahan, Mr. Chair. Kaya kaya po tinatanong natin kung sinusuportahan ba ang pagbabalik operasyon ng Oceana Gold, no, ng Secretary.
Secretary Roy Simato.
Marami pa yata silang kailangan requirement ni kung fulfill. And I think this was the issue of the NCIP. So hanggang hindi maagagawa yon ay hindi talaga papayagan.
Representative Brosas, please continue.
Mr. Chair, sa kasagsagan ng pandemya, inanunsyo ni Secretary Simatu na muling bibigyan ng mining permit ang mga mining companies. Tanooy ipinasara ni dating DNR Secretary Gina Lopez. Ano-ano po yung mga minahang binigyan muli ng permit?
The chair would like to recognize the director of MGB.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In 2017, the former DNR Secretary Gina Lopez, suspended or canceled 27 mining companies, no? And out of that 27, actually 26, that were either issued suspension or cancellation. Some of these mines, for those that were suspended, some of these mines filed motion for reconsideration in the DNR, and some of them filed their appeal in the Office of the President. Now, those that were suspended, 13 of them actually filed their motion for reconsideration in the DNR. field validation were conducted because the order of the suspension was based on the findings of the independent technical review team engaged by the Mining Industry Coordinating Council. No? So the findings of the TRT were the basis in the suspension, and these findings were also the basis of the mining companies to correct and to comply. No? So out of those that filed motion for reconsideration in the DNR, 13 of them, 9 of them were already lifted because they were already able to comply with the findings of the independent technical review team. They paid the fines, they made temporary or progressive rehabilitation. If there were findings on the ACC, these findings were addressed by the mining company. And so these 9 mining companies that filed a motion for reconsideration in the DNR were, their suspensions were lifted. But those that filed their appeal in the Office of the President, because it's no longer under our jurisdiction, so they are waiting for the action of the Office of the President. But as far as these suspended or cancelled mines, they are trying to comply with the findings of the independent review team. So that's why that is the reason why some of them were the suspensions were lifted. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, may mga Chinese mining firms.
Representative Rosas, please continue.
Yes, Mr. Chair, may mga Chinese mining firms ba na pasok dito sa listahan? Mr. Chair, para i-expedite yung usapin na ito, nais po sana natin humingi ng listahan ng mga ibinalik muli ng DNR at paano nasabi ng DNR na nakorek na nila ang mga lapses para hindi po mukhang hula-hula katulad po ng sinasabi ng spokesperson dyan, Mr. Chair.
Okay, before
May Chinese firms, Mr. Chair. Tinanong ko, Chinese firms ba na pasok dito sa listahan?
Okay, before I will let MGB respond, I'd like to remind Representative Arlene Brosas that she has 10 seconds left for her last question. So, Director of MGB.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the information of the lady Congresswoman, our Mining Act requires MPSA holder, Mineral Production Sharing Agreement holders, 60% ownership by Filipinos. And there is no Chinese company that has majority ownership of these MPSAs. If they have stake in these mining companies, they are the minorities. No, they are minorities. But the majority owners of these mining companies are Filipinos because of that 60-40 nationality requirement. So they have to comply with that. And we can furnish the lady Congresswoman copies of the mining companies where there are some Chinese stakeholders, Mr. Chair.
Okay, for your last question,
yes.
Representative Rosas, your last question, please proceed.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Kaugnay po ng panghuli, yung, Mr. Chair, naglunsad ba ang DENR ng feasibility study sa pagtutulak ng mining at dredging bilang economic recovery na strategy sa COVID-19? Ngayon, Mr. Chair, minumungkahi ng mga eksperto na gawing requirement ang pandemic at epidemiological risk analysis sa mga proyektong mapanira sa saribuhay o biodiversity. Lalo't alam natin ang mga sakit tulad ng COVID-19 ay nagmula sa pagkasira ng saribuhay. Ginawa niyo po ba itong pandemic risk analysis na ito, Mr. Chair, at maaari po ba kaming makahingi ng kopya nito?
DNR, MGB will respond.
If I may.
Okay, the chair would recognize Yusek Adobo.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. The Secretary instructed 2 bureaus of the department, the RDB, to do the study, and the wildlife, BMB, the Biodiversity Management Bureau was likewise instructed to do a study, and we would be glad to provide the Honorable Rosas, Mr. Chairman, the result of the study conducted by these two bureaus.
Okay, thank you very much, Yusek Adobo. Next, the chair would like to recognize the Honorable Robert Ace Barbers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang gabi ho. This is more of a clarification, Mr. Chair. At ito hindi yung katanungan patungkol dun sa budget na ipinapasa nila. In fact, I personally would say and manifest that kung maaari po, madagdagan natin itong budget ng DNR, mas maganda. But let me go to straight to my question, Mr. Chair. Andito naman si Secretary. Mr. Chair, may I know what is the mining policy of the country today?
Director of MGB, you may now respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The mining policy of government really right now is, the mandate of the MGB is to promote, to promote the utilization of mineral resources in the country. In fact, we have submitted to Congress the endowment potential of the country. We have about $7 trillion endowment. But this is endowment, this is minerals that are still on the ground. This still has to be extracted. This $7 trillion endowment on the ground, if we will be able to recover or to mine these resources, this can help a lot during this time of the economic downturn. No? So, but as I said, it needs support of Congress, it needs support of the executive to promote the extraction of this endowment that we have. So, but the mandate of the MGB is to, of course, the DNR is to promote the recovery of the industry in the country.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I perfectly understand the direction that we all want to take. No? In fact, with this new economic slowdown caused by this pandemic, nararapat lamang na tingnan natin yung pulisiya sa mining at gamitin natin ito because this is the only thing that we have in this country at the moment, Mr. Chair. Australia's mining sector contributes about 7% to their GDP. Canada, who is also a mining country, contributes at least 5% to their GDP. Our country, in this country, we only have what? Less than 1% contribution to our GDP. And now is the time, Mr. Chair, and the reason why I ask what is the direction is because perhaps we might need the help of Congress to push more and ask the President to open up our mines, make sure that best practices all over the world are being or will be implemented in the operations of these mines and enjoy the fruits of our endowment, so to speak. So, Mr. Secretary, kailangan siguro medyo itulak natin ng husto.
I fully agree, Mr. Chairman, the statement of Congressman Barbers. He is from Mindanao, and he is living in a province of mining companies. It's a mining province anyway, and he knows the advantage of having these assets. When I was new with DNR, I asked the total deposits of natural resources below us, beneath the ground. I asked this because I work, or I used to be a special envoy in the Middle East, and I knew how impoverished countries became rich because of their natural resources. I am speaking because, of course, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait used to be a poor country, surviving only on fishing and pearl. But when they discovered oil, biglang nag-boom, yumaman ang Kuwait. So sabi ko, Sa atin naman, ilan ba yung kayamanan na nandyan sa atin? Ilan percent na ba yung ano natin? So if it is, sabi nga nila 3 trillion US dollar ang available dyan, 3 trillion US dollars. Tinanong ko, nung nag-umpisa ng mining dito sa Pilipinas, ilan na ba na-extract natin? Ilan percent? Ang sabi nila, wala pang 5%. Nandiyan pa sa 95% yung kayamanan natin. So sabi ko, ang challenge ko yung ating mga mining companies. Ang challenge ko ay, kung hindi natin maayos yung ating pagmimina, ay talagang maiwanan yung kayamanan natin sa ilalim. Ang makikinabang yan will be the next generation. Ang sasabihin ng next generation sa atin, ay buti na lang iniwanan ito sa atin. Pero at the time na naghirap yata sila doon, ay hindi nila nagamit. Hindi nila nagamit ito dahil sa hindi rin nila inayos yung kanilang pagmamining. So sa ang challenge ko, kung habang hindi natin maayos, we will let the next generation inherit this wealth of our country. And sila mapapakinabang. And so therefore, ngayon, at this time na medyo kailangan rin naman natin na magkaroon ng a little transition na makabawi tayo rito sa nawala sa atin during the pandemic. We would like to slowly restore. That's the reason why na kailangan yung mining company natin ay makatulong sa makakontribute. During the pandemic when I was in Cebu, Your Honors, stand still ang economy, ang Cebu. Ang nagbubuhay lang sa kanilang economy is the CCC Mining Company in Cebu. Yun lang ang gumagana na economy doon. Actually, nakatulong talaga sila sa pagdagdag ng sa Cebu. So sabi ko, binisita ko tuloy yung mining company. Nakita ko naman maayos ang ginagawa nila. Nakita ko na malinis naman. Eh sabi ko, bakit hindi natin magawa itong? Kasi that mining company used to be the biggest copper company, mining company in the world before. Ngayon, medyo nagbawas na po sila because of several reasons. So, nakatulong sa ekonomiya ito during this pandemic sa Cebu. So, sabi ko, in this instance, siguro ay pasalamat nga ako kay Congressman Barber because bring out niya ito. So, na-challenge naman kami, na-challenge ako, that why not? Basta, kailangan implement properly yung ating mga mining regulations. Sabi ko, why not? Mapaayos nga natin itong mga Manila Bay, mapaayos nga natin. Bakit hindi natin mapaayos rin ang operations ng mining company? Because ang ating nakikita ko kasi is the mining company and the government has a joint venture. Joint venture po ito eh. Sila mag-extract ng mining minerals dyan sa ilalim, tayo naman ibigay natin, ipaupayan natin, lupa natin, na sila doon manggagaling. So it becomes a joint venture. In the process, magbigay sila ng 4% tax na po ngayon, excise tax, nang galing sa 2%. Pasalamat po ako sa Congress sa pagdagdag ito, yung excise tax. Nakatulong ito, madagdagan po yung contribution ng mining company, mining dito sa ating GDP. Kasi ngayon, aabot lang ng mga 0.9% compared to the other countries na sinasabi ni Congressman Barbers kanina na umabot ng 7%. So kung siguro may natin ito, may ayos natin ang mga batas natin, meron yatang pending na mga batas ito about royalty at yung mga sinasabing ganun. So hingi rin kami ng ayusin natin yung pag-mining.
Yes.
And dagdagan po natin ang ating dagdagan natin ang contribution naman dito sa ating gobyerno revenues. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Secretary Simato, for that.
Kasi Mr. Chair, I think
Congressman Barbers?
I think the government must be very, very clear on our mining policy. If indeed this is the only way to go for the country to help the economic turnaround of the country, kailangan natin mag-invite ng investors. Kailangan natin magkaroon ng influx of investments. And the only way to do that is for an investor to think that their investment in the country is safe. Na hindi pa bago-bago yung policy. Nag-open ka ngayon ng mining, bukas, dahil nagkaroon ng konting problema, nagsirado ka. No, during this pandemic, we experienced a lot. The country is now almost about 1 trillion pesos in debt because of COVID. And all the economic stimulus that Congress passed are actually anchored on debts. Inutang ho natin yun. Now, ang tanong, after we recover from this COVID, paano natin babayaran yun? We have to have a good and strong economy. And the economy, I think, should have an industry na matibay at malakas. At dito sa Pilipinas, yun na lang ang ating pag-asa. Yung ating greatest savior in the economy is the OFWs. Humina ho yung OFWs. How can we now expect a lot of dollars to come in? So we have to have an export product. And these minerals that we all have, as you said, $3 trillion po ang worth, kung ating i-extract ito, makakatulong na malaki sa pamamagitan ng trabaho, ng taxes, at investment sa ating ekonomiya. So, I guess, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chair, siguro upuan natin, ano yung magandang policy that we must push, come up with and then we promote it. Kasi we can actually do Congressman Haresco is very used to selling the Philippines to a lot of investors abroad. And we can, if we have a good mining policy, which is an attractive policy for these big mineral mining companies all over the world, then they can come in. So, para ho maiwasan, kasi I've met, my district, Mr. Chair, is a mining district. And I've met several interested investors. However, for the last 10 years, they've seen changing of policies. Kaya sabi nila, hindi muna kayo mag-i-invest yan. Gulo nyo Diba? Ayusin nyo muna yan bago kami pumasok dyan. So for the last 10, 15, 20 years, yun ho ang naging nangyari. So I'm glad that I was given the opportunity, Mr. Chair, para i-share yung aking advocacy kay Secretary and all our colleagues so that we can come up with a direction and a policy and a plan on how to promote mining in the country. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Congressman Robert Ace Barbers. Next, the Chair would like to call Representative Franz Castro. Representative Franz Castro. Next, I'll go back later to Representative Franz Castro. The Chair would call next Representative Joet Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You may now proceed, Vice Chairman Joet Garcia. You have 3 minutes.
Mr. Chair, being from Bataan, I would like to first congratulate Secretary Roy Cimatu for the ongoing efforts in the Manila Bay cleanup program. Although very challenging, siguro yung pakikipagtulungan ng national at local government units ang masasabi nating susi para sa mga programang pangkalikasan. Mr. Chair, sang-ayon po ba dito si Secretary Roy?
Can you please repeat again because the Secretary was in a conversation with Congressman.
Mr. Chair, I wanted to point out na yung pakikipagtulungan ng national at local government units ang masasabi nating susi para sa mga programang pangkalikasan. Kung sang-ayon po dito si Secretary Roy.
DNR? The Chair would like to recognize Yusek Guna.
Mr. Chair, if I would just like to clarify, the question of Congressman Garcia was that if Secretary Sibatu was in agreement that the local government units, when it comes to environment, play a very vital role.
Yes, the cooperation between the local government unit and the national government, DNR, is the key in all our environmental programs.
Oh, Mr. Chair, yes, the Secretary and the entire DNR fully agree that the cooperation with the local government unit is very vital in implementing environmental laws.
Mr. Chairman, my question now relates to the comments posted in our committee's Facebook page regarding the operation of the sanitary landfill in Hermosa, Bataan, where the municipality of Hermosa is currently challenging a decision of the EMB Region 3 absolving the operator from numerous violations imputed by the municipality. Just to give you a background, since September 2019, the LGU has been bringing its concerns to the attention of EMB3, but it was only last January 2020 that a joint inspection was undertaken. Representatives of the LGU, EMB3, and land operator noted a huge stockpile of residual electrical waste generated from imported electronic waste, assemblies, and scrap left open and unprotected on the ground and exposed to elements. In response to my initial query, Mr. Chair, the EMB3 director clarified that per inspection report submitted by his technical personnel, the alleged stockpile of electronic waste was actually wiring insulators.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yusek Guna?
So this is a concern in the region. I believe that all the regional directors of EMB are online, so may we defer the question to R.D. Wilson Trajeco of Region 3, EMB. Mr. Chair.
Yeah, may I still, may I just proceed, no?
Yes, please.
Why was there a discussion on was there a discussion on their findings? And what did EMB3 classify the questioned stockpile as non-hazardous wiring insulator, while the LGU concluded that these are hazardous residual electrical waste? Since this waste came from a locator in Subic, Mr. Chair, are they allowed to import such into the country and just dump it in our landfill? Also, idagdag ko na, tuloy-tuloy ko na, Mr. Chair, no, para mabilis po.
Yes, please proceed.
Also, biomedical waste was accepted at the landfill as admitted by the proponent and reflected in the report of EMB3. What are the protocols in the disposal of biomedical waste in a sanitary landfill? Is a mere certificate of treatment enough basis for acceptance of biomedical waste? Is it also allowed by law to dispose biomedical waste together with ordinary municipal waste? In addressing my concerns, Mr. Chair, on alleged violations by the landfill operator of its ECC, the EMB Regional Director responded that the violations have been judiciously adjudicated. And he stressed that an ECC is a mere planning tool. It is not a permit to operate the sanitary landfill. Mr. Chair, may I be clarified if what the EMB Director said that an ECC is a mere planning tool accurate? Is the ECC necessary only prior to and during construction of a project? Applied to our landfill, does this mean that the ECC was required only during the construction and no longer necessary for the landfill's continued operation? And lastly, Mr. Chair, if an ECC, as the EMB3 Director said in his letter to me, is just a planning tool, why then does an ECC contain this provision under Section 2, restrictions? Non-compliance with any of the provisions of this certificate shall be sufficient cause for the cancellation or suspension of this certificate and or imposition of a fine in an amount not exceed 50,000 for every violation thereof. For the information of this committee, the landfill was closed by the LGU last February to prevent further environmental damage, especially our rivers lead to the Manila Bay. The municipality of Hermosa was just recognized by our interagency, also including DNR, as a 2019 Manila Bayani Awardee, led by our environmentalist Mayor Jopet Inton. The case has been elevated and is still pending with the DNR Central Office. As I mentioned in my opening statement, Mr. Chair, we need DNR to work very well with our LGUs to protect our environment, lalo na po ang Manila Bay. We hope these questions and issues can be resolved the soonest. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Congressman Joed Garcia. MGB, who will respond?
Mr. Chair,
Yusek Kuna.
if I may, yeah, the EMB Regional Director of Region 3, Wilson Trajeco, is online and will answer the questions, Mr. Chair.
The Chair would like to recognize Wilson Trajeco to respond to the query of Congressman Joed Garcia.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, first of all, good afternoon. Based on the query of our good Congressman on the operation of sanitary landfill in Hermosa, during the conduct of the inspection or technical conference, personnel, be able to find out that the violation of the Hermosa, based on the complaint, is just administrative, no? Walang wastewater discharge permit and then hazardous waste ID number. In so doing, we able to adjudicate the case and we able to order the Hermosa to apply for a wastewater discharge permit and hazardous waste ID number. And then thereafter, but before that, the issuance of the notice of violation, the good mayor of the Hermosa issued closure order to the sanitary landfill. But remember, Mr. Chair, the owner of the ECC is not just the operator, which is the ICONES, but it is joined by LGU Hermosa. No? Nagkaroon lang namin med of ECC because may PPP agreement sila, partnership. Based doon sa inspection conducted by our technical personnel, rubber cap ito ng mga electrical wirings. Based on RA 6969 natin, it is not classified as hazardous waste. Kasi may listing po tayo kung ano yung mga hazardous waste. No? Kaya hindi namin nasabi na may violation sila doon based na nag-ano sila ng hazardous waste. And second one, I could remember the question, yung pwede ba tumanggap ng mga treated hazardous waste ang sanitary landfill. So based doon sa ECC na issue po natin, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, may special cell po yung Hermosa, no? Sanitary landfill ng Hermosa to accommodate yung mga treated hazardous waste, no? Para doon. So yun lang po, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Thank you for that reply. Next, the Chair would like to recognize.
Mr. Chair, can we just request siguro yung EMB Region 3 at saka yung LGU, siguro kasama po yung ating mga officials to discuss this kasi humahaba yung problema. Alam po, kung pag-uusapan naman, siguro mareresolve ho itong mga problema na to. So kasi parang wala akong coordination, nagkaroon ho ng ibang interpretation, so kaya ho nagkakaproblema ho ngayon.
Okay, the request of Congressman Joed Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Next, the Chair would like to recognize Representative Franz Castro. Next, Representative Carlos Zarate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Malinaw ba yung dating ko dyan, Mr. Chair?
Yes, you may now proceed. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Balikan ko lang yung issue pa ng Dolomite kanina, no? although marami nang nabanggit dito. Itanong ko lang, Mr. Chair, no? Nagkaroon ba ng bidding and nagkaroon ba ng technical and scientific study before the procurement was made?
Yusek Leones?
Yes, Mr. Chair. In fact, itong Dolomite po dumaan po sa analysis ng DPWH at nag-conduct din po ng review ang IMGB on the feasibility of using Dolomite rocks or stone in Manila Bay, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
And doon sa tanong ko, may bidding po bang nangyari tungkol dito?
Yusek Leones?
Bidding po ba?
Yes, bidding.
Mr. Chair, hindi na po nagkaroon ng dito, bidding po, dahil ang ginawa po ng DPWH po buong beach nourishment project po ang binid, hindi lang po yung sand. Kasama na po sa buong pagbibidding yung beach nourishment, kasama po yung sand doon, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
That's precisely yung tanong ko, no? Hindi naman pwedeng gumastos tayo ng milyon-bilyon dito at hindi nagkakaroon ng pagbibid, Mr. Chair, no? At kung nagkaroon man, kung wala, ay malaking problema ito, ano? Pwede bong bago sumagot, kung mahingi ng committee, Mr. Chair, at ng kinatawang ito, yung kontratang pinasok, no, ng contractor, no, tong Dolomite at saka ng DNR or DPWH, Mr. Chair, if there is one.
Is there a contract?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, I just want to clarify na...
Yusek Leones,
you want to clarify na hindi po natin sinasabi na walang bidding. Ang sinasabi lang po rito, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, ang bidding po ay para po sa beach nourishment. At ang pagbili po ng sand ay kasama po doon sa beach nourishment. Meron pong kontrata yon ang DPWH para doon sa DPWH and the contractor for the undertaking of the beach nourishment, Your Honor.
Okay.
So,
before that, Congressman Sarate, the chair would like to request the committee secretariat to get the copy of the contract.
Yes, we can furnish the copy of the contract, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Okay.
Tinatanong po natin yan, Mr. Chair, dahil kahit sabihin nilang napakaliit lang nung portion, no, ng rehabilitation fund, yung 300+ billion fund. In this time of pandemic, talagang sa tingin ng kinatawang ito, napaka-insensitive na ituloy yan. No? Remember, nitong nakaraang Marso, nagpasa tayo ng batas para bigyan ng poder ang presidente, no, na i-realign yung mga pondo. At kahit sabihin pa nilang 2019 yung pondo na yan, no, na ginamit nila, ay alam naman natin na ang pinakamalaking problema ngayon ay itong pandemya ng COVID, no, at ang krisis na pinalala nito. So very insensitive, no, na mag-pursue pa ng ganitong project para lang merong matingnan, no, na maputi dyan sa Manila Bay. Ay hindi naman natural na kalagayan ng Manila Bay na merong maputing beach, no. At kung talagang ang gusto natin ay ma-appreciate ng mamamayan yung sunset ng Manila Bay, na malaking problema dyan ay yung dumping of waste pa rin. At kung hindi nasusolusyonan yan, tuloy-tuloy pa rin yung problema dyan, Mr. Chair. I will now go to my other point, Mr. Chair. Doon sa National Greening Program, ano, bilyon-bilyon ho ang ginugol natin dito, no, sa National Greening Program. And this is one of the flagship program ng DENR. But every year, Mr. Chair, no, nagkakaroon ng mga issues dito and being red flagged by the COA, no less than, no, the Commission on Audit. One of the recent issues being red flagged by the COA, Mr. Chair, is the hiring of the National Greening Program consultant, no, for the setting up of 5 mechanized forest nurseries and 11 nurseries nationwide. No? So, siguro ang unang tanong ko rito, Mr. Chair, no, why is there a very varying amount of allotment for the DNR central office for the implementation of the National Greening Program? No? As what we can see, the allotment for the central office receives more than what it requires. No? For example, in yung sinabi nga ng COA in 2014, the central office received 451 million allotment, 182 million in 2016 and 9.5 million in 2018. So yun yung unang katanungan natin. Doon naman ho sa katanungan natin regarding the hiring of the consultant, no? What is the total amount paid to the Filipino-Canadian NGP consultant hired by the DNR for the setting up of these nurseries, Mr. Chair, no? Ano ang rason bakit ang kontrata lacks the provisions that the COA said is beneficial to the agency? Ang sabi po ng COA, it lacks the transfer of technology and knowledge, specific deliverables or timeline of submissions of outputs, and the provisions for liquidated damages. So, will the DNR confirm the payment of 835,000 for consultancy fee even without yet a contract, Mr. Chair? And why is there a drastic increase of the contract fee? In 2013, it is only 100,000 per month, no? But recently it was increased, no, several times, and it reached even to the point of 385,000 per month. So those are some of the questions, Mr. Chair. I will await the answer.
Thank you very much for the questions. Representative Carlos Arate have already consumed. For the response, DNR, Undersecretary
Mr.
Kuna.
Chair, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We will throw the question to the Director of the Forest Management Bureau, Director Ludi Wagan, who is also online. Mr. Chair, thank you. Director Wagan, please. Ludi Wagan. Lourdes
Director
Wagan.
Ludi Wagan. Director Ludi Wagan, please unmute your microphone.
After the answer, Mr. Chair, just allow me one manifestation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Director Wagan, is she online? If she is not online, then can we call on Director Rick Calderon? Director Wagan, please.
Matagal. Diyan kaya ako.
Director Rick Calderon.
Director Ludi Wagan.
Good afternoon. Good evening, Mr. Chair. May I respond to the question?
Yes, please proceed, Director Ludi Wagan. After the response of Director Ludi Wagan, the Chair would recognize next. Representative Ching Velosor. Director Ludi Wagan, please proceed.
Your Honor, good afternoon po. Good evening na pala. With regards to the question on the mechanized nursery, actually, we have 8 mechanized nurseries in the country.
11
nurseries in the country, and it is being operationalized right now in the different regions of the country. It helps us actually to produce more seedlings so that we could provide for the needed seedlings by our upland communities or upland families. Actually, this was we have a consultant then, no?
Yeah, we hired
a consultant then,
Filipino-Canadian,
a full Filipino-Canadian consultant,
a forester, a certified grower,
and a certified forester.
Grower in Canada.
And grower in Canada.
Wala tayong knowledge doon sa pag-operationalize ng mechanized nursery.
We do not have the knowledge.
Mr. Chair, excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Because the expertise is really coming. It's really coming from this forester, Canadian forester, and so the DNR hired him, and I guess for 2 years, no?
Pero 2 years.
For about 2 years, and he helped us establish these nurseries in the different.
The original contract niya 5 lang.
The original contract is about 5.
Then we increase it to 11.
And we increase it to 11.
Mr. Chair, may I interject? Mr. Chair, may I interject?
Before that, can I request Director Ludi, somebody is
dictating the answer. May we just get the answer from the person dictating the answer?
there seems to be two people trying to answer at the same time. Director Ludi.
For the details, I would like to transfer some of the queries or some of the answers, the details of the answers to ASEC Calderon. Sir, ikaw na.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. I'm Ricardo Calderon. I used to be the director of the Forest Management Bureau when the department decided to purchase 11 mechanized nursery from Italy. This is worth 100 million. We are used to having traditional nursery. Yun pong mga nagpapating ay tao. Ito pong mechanized nursery, ito po ay highly mechanized at kompleto po ito from misting chamber up to the seed production area. Wala ho tayong knowledge para mapaandar itong nursery na ito. Kaya we hired a Filipino certified grower living in Canada to help us operationalize this nursery, including the training program para magkameron po ng transfer of technology. So, original contract po niya is just to operationalize the 5 nurseries in the different countries. And nung na-operationalize na po yung 5, we asked him to continue to operationalize the remaining 6 and continue managing the established originally 5 mechanized nursery. So, ganun po yon, dumaan po siya sa public bidding, dumaan po siya sa proposal, and nireview po ng technical staff ng Forest Management Bureau during the bidding. Kaya po ito po ay fully documented at na-operationalize po ito. In fact, during the COVID-19, marami pong mga mechanized nursery natin ang ginamit sa seed production, seedling production for agricultural purposes. Tie-up po ito sa Department of Agriculture, similar po na nakikita natin sa ibang bansa. Nakita po yan sa Tarlac, nakita rin po yan sa Bislig. Yun po ang background niya, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, just allow me a short manifestation dahil hindi ko masyado na kuha yung sagot kanina.
Okay, the Chair will allow Representative Zarate for a short manifestation.
Yes, Mr. Chair. At the very least, Mr. Chair, kasi bilyon-bilyon na itong pinopondo natin sa National Greening Program, no? At in fact, kung tutuusin natin, talagang puno na sana ng kakahuyan itong Pilipinas kung yung programang yan ay naging successful, no? At the very least, because there are a lot of questions raised by the Commission and Audit, no? For example, questioning the use of the 255 million, no? From the NGP fund, apart from the seeming over-allotment of funds to the DNR Central Office. This should be addressed first by the DDA&R, Mr. Chair, no? Because they are asking for another 5.15 billion for 2021. From 2011 to 2020, the DNR was already given a total allotment of 5.32 billion. Tapos ngayon, another 5.15 billion, no? So they should account first and they should address all these issues raised by, at least by the Commission and Audit, before I think we will consider giving them another 5.15 billion for 2021, Mr. Chair. And we hope to get that report, no, or answer to these questions before we will go to the plenary for the final consideration of their budget, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Representative Carlos Zarate. Next, the Chair would like to recognize Representative Abdullah Dimaporo. Representative Bobby Dimaporo.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed. You have 3 minutes.
I would like to ask question addressed to the official in charge of the 170 protected forest. May I ask him a question, Mr. Chairman, or some questions?
Please proceed. Your time is running. You have 3 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to know if the official and his men has ever imprisoned anyone involved in illegal logging.
Okay, who would respond? Has anyone been imprisoned due to illegal logging? May nakulong na ba sa illegal logging? DNR, who will respond? Yusek Adobo? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I remember some time ago, in a case for illegal logging in Leyte, the respondent, or the accused,
I cannot hear you, Yusek.
The accused, Mr. Chairman.
Can you speak louder?
Okay. The accused, Mr. Chairman, was convicted. There were several cases. The other convictions that I remember are actually admission of guilt, plea of a lesser offense. But yes, there are convicted accused of violation of funds.
Thank you very much. And have you learned who have ordered or financed the cutting of illegal trees, illegal logs?
Yusek Adobo?
I am not aware of the particular case that the good congressman is referring to. The example that I cited was actually a case in Leyte, but I understand there were cases still pending in court that happened in his district, I guess, or was it, that was in Initao, no? But this is still in the court, no? If that is the case that he is referring to. Yes, every time an investigation is conducted on alleged illegal logging operations, a thorough investigation is always the aim of the DNR. No? All those involved, financiers, accomplices, those that provide implements, vehicles, rest assured, the Honorable Congressman and all the members of this body, this august body, that that is how illegal logging investigations conducted by the department.
Mr. Chairman,
yes,
I think
you may continue.
That office is not properly doing their mandate to protect protected forest areas. In my province, Mr. Chairman, there are many illegal logs displayed along the national highway by the DNR, and they were taken from sawmills, from many other places, and then there are also instances that they were taken from the truck loading it, but none has been charged, and no one is trying to find out who has been financing and ordering the cutting of trees in our protected area in Mount Inayawan in the municipality of Nunungan. So I think, Mr. Chairman, there is no need to increase their budget. So I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time you have given me.
Thank you very much, Congressman Bobby Dimaporo. Next, the chair would like to recognize from the minority, Representative Euphemia Kulyamat. Representative Euphemia Kulyamat, please unmute your microphone.
Mr. Chair, salat, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed, Representative Kulyamat. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Noong nakaraang taon ay mahigit 5 bilyong piso ang nakalaan para sa proyektong Enhanced National Training Program. At ganoon din sa taon ngayon. Kung titingnan natin ay 20% ito ng kabuuang pundo ng DENR, kaya nararapat lamang ito ay mahigpit na pangangasiwaan. Mr. Chair, kung titingnan ang mga karanasan ng mga katutubo gaya ng pagtanim ng mga cash crops, ay hindi naman ito nakakatulong sa rehabilitasyon ng kagubatan dahil pagkatapos ng ilang taon ay makakalbo rin ito ulit sa panahon ng pag-ani. Dagdag pa, ang pagkasira ng mga taniman ng mga katutubo dahil sakop ito ng NGP. Batay sa mga layunin ng programa at sakop nito, ang pangunahing naipiktuhan nito ay ang mga katutubo. Nagkaroon ba ng konsultasyon sa kanila hinggil sa pagpapatupad ng programa, Mr. Chair? At kung mayroon, nasaan ang katunayan nito at kung ano ang plano ng DENR, Mr. Chair?
Okay. Who would respond? Yusek Sampulna, please respond to the query of Representative Kulyamat.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Your Honor. Tungkol po sa tanong ng ating butihing Congresswoman, ang ating mga katutubo po ay ating inaanyayahan na makipagpulong po sa DENR at sila po ay aming mini-meeting po natin sila bago kami pumapasok dyan sa area nila. In fact, yan po ang problema namin ngayon dahil lahat ng area ay wala na tayong matamnan. Mahirapan na kami naghanap dahil puro na lang claim ng NCIP, ng katutubo. Pero kung may mga areas na sila po ay pumapayag na magtanim, ang DENR, dahil sila rin naman ng beneficiary, ay yun po ang pinapasok ng DENR. But hindi ho kami namimilit na sila ay aming paalisin sa area para lang magtanim ang DENR. Kasama po sila sa development na yan, ma'am. Maraming salamat.
Thank you. Representative Kulyamat, you may continue. Representative Kulyamat, you may continue your interpellation. Representative Kulyamat, please unmute your microphone. Wala yata si Congresswoman Kulyamat.
Sir,
Ayan, please proceed.
medyo
You may proceed.
Mr. Chair, hindi ko po narinig ang sagot.
Kapemya, sabi ni Yusek Sampulna, they are conducting the, what do you call that? Dialogue, and sometimes nahihirapan daw sila because of certain, paano yun? Yusek, Jim, can you please repeat?
Maraming po salamat. Sa pag-introduce po natin ng project sa area, kami po ay nakikipag-meeting, nakikipag-dialogue sa ating mga kapatid ng katutubo. Hindi ho namin pinumpuwersa dahil actually nagiging problema rin namin dahil marami ng area na kiniklaim ng katutubo, kailangan pa ang pre and prior informed consent. So that kung pumapayag naman sila, ay kasama naman sila sa project na yan. Actually, many are our beneficiary and sila mismo nagre-request na isasali sila sa project na ito dahil lahat naman ng indigenous material na tinatanim nila dyan, ay yun naman sinusundan. Actually, hindi ho DENR magsasabi, itong itanim mo, itong itanim mo. Sila po ang magsasabi kung anong tanim ang dapat nila itanim. Kaya hindi po namin pinipilit sila sa lahat ng aming proyekto.
Okay, thank you very much, Yusek Jim.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please, please
pwede bang
continue.
humingi ng record?
Representative Kulyamat, please continue.
Pwede bang makahingi ng record, Mr. Chair, sa kanilang dialogue?
The chair would like to request the committee Secretariat COMSEC to please get the copies of their dialogue done by DNR and the mga IPs and the IPs of the different communities, and please furnish copies to Representative Kulyamat.
Yeah. We will do, Mr. Chair.
Please continue. Representative Kulyamat, you still have 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, hindi makakaila ng susi ang mga katutubo upang maging epektibo ang implementasyon ng programa dahil sila ang mga nanirahan sa sakop ng mga implementasyon ng NGP. Ngunit kung titignan natin at pupunta sa mga lugar ng implementasyon ay hindi naman nila sila nakikinabang. Dagdag pa rito, ang napakalawak na pagkasira ng mga kagubatan at kabundukan dahil sa build kung saan ito ay nagdudulot ng pagkawasak, malawakang dislokasyon, pang-abuso at lalong paghihirap ng ating mga kababayan, lalo na sa aming mga katutubo na ang paninirahan ay sa mga kabundukan na area ng programa. Mr. Chair, kung susuriin natin ang pinakabagong ulat tungkol sa NGP, ito ay noong 2016 pa. Kasama ba rito ang dokumentasyon at iba pang may kinalaman dito gaya na lamang ng lawak ng natataniman at mga seedlings na ginagamit at iba pa. Nasaan ang mga report o ulat patungkol sa NGP mula 2017 hanggang sa kasalukuyan. Nararapat lamang na ipakita ito ng departamento dahil ito ang programang may malaking pundo, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative Kulyamat. Yusek Jim Sampulna.
Yes, we will provide the documents being asked by Congresswoman Kulyamat, sir.
Okay, COMSEC, please secure the documents requested by Representative Kulyamat. Furnish also the other members of this committee. Thank you very much, Representative Kulyamat. You have already consumed your 3 minutes. Next, the chair would like to recognize Representative Biazon, Rufi Biazon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the DNR family. Mr. Chairman, I'll be asking these questions, the following questions, because of my advocacy for environmental protection and conservation, particularly the oceans. So although there was discussion earlier about the Manila Bay rehab, I would like to point out some topics that were not discussed. So if I may proceed, Mr. Chairman, if the Secretary of DNR could answer, who or where did the idea of beach nourishment come from?
Yusek Leones.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, yung beach nourishment po, as I said a while ago, Mr. Chair, is a new concept. In trying to rehabilitate Manila Bay, hindi lang yung ordinary na beach rehabilitation yung ginawa natin. We look for other models abroad, Mr. Chair, Your Honor. Kung makita yung beach nourishment na ginagawa natin sa Manila Bay, we have look at models like, for example, in the US, Miami, in Israel. We try to analyze and study the model, and we apply it to Manila Bay, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman, the question was, if I may say in Tagalog, sino po ba nagpanukala na maggawa tayo ng beach nourishment dito sa Manila Bay?
Yusek Llanes.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, ang beach nourishment po ay talagang galing po sa DNR. Kami po ang nag-isip dahil kami po ang being the chair, si Secretary Simato, being the chair of the Interagency Task Force to Rehabilitate Manila Bay. This was part of the comprehensive rehabilitation ng Manila Bay, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, I've gone through the master plan of Manila Bay Sustainable Development Master Plan by the NEDA, and the master plan posted in the website of the DENR. Can the resource person, Mr. Chairman, point out which part of those two studies and master plans is beach nourishment included?
Yes, Represent Yusek Llanes.
Mr. Chair, yung sinasabi po ni Honorable Congressman Rufy Biason, yung sa NEDA master plan, when we tried to implement yung Manila Bay rehabilitation, ongoing pa po noon, Mr. Chair, yung master planning natin sa NEDA. So we have already identified yung immediate na pwede nating i-implement. Ang nagawa po natin ay nagplano po tayo sa DNR and Interagency Task Force ng pag-rehabilitate, immediate rehabilitation ng Manila Bay. It includes 3 phases, Mr. Chair, Your Honor. Number 1, ang first phase includes water quality improvement, and then cleanup and water quality improvement. Number 3, ito po yung tinatawag nating full implementation, rehabilitation, and resettlement. And number 3 phase, ito po yung education and sustainment. Ito po ang base po sa ginawa natin. Kung ipapattern po natin strictly sa NEDA planning, medyo matatagalan po yung ating activities. So what we did was we identified, Mr. Chair, the immediate sources ng pollution sa Manila Bay, and that is our strategy to address immediately the cleaning up of Manila Bay, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, I went over what is posted in the DNR website. Nasabi nga yung 3 phases. Yung sa NEDA Sustainable Master Development Plan, there are 6 priority phases and 2 sustainable phases. Ang tanong ko po, saan doon sa mga dokumento na yon nakasaad yung pagpasok ng proposal na magkaroon ng beach nourishment?
Yusek Llanes.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, hindi po talaga magmamatch yung master planning na ginawa ng NEDA at saka itong ginagawa natin sa DNR. Dahil ito pong ginagawa natin ngayon, yung mga beach nourishment, desilting, and grabbing, these are short-term activities which we believe will support the NEDA plan in the long term, Mr. Chair. So kung sasabihin po natin, i-match natin, parang hindi po talaga magmamatch yun at hindi po natin makikita sa NEDA plans. But in the long run, Mr. Chair, nakikita po natin yung paglilinis po ng kalidad ng tubig doon sa Manila Bay, pag-address po ng garbage problem at resettlement ng mga informal settlers, ito po ay nakapaloob din po in the long term doon sa planning ng ginawa po ng NEDA, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Congressman Biason, you can continue. You still have 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, but the response of the gentleman is unresponsive to my question. If he may just agree with me, if I say that nowhere in these 2 plans can I find beach nourishment as part of being part of the plans.
Yusek Llanes.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that is correct, Mr. Chair.
So, Mr. Chair, kailan natin naisipan ilagawin yung beach nourishment? Kung hindi ito bahagi ng 2 master plan na nakita natin.
Mr. Chair, naisip lang po natin ito, kung mapansin niyo po, nagkaroon po ng instruction or directive from the Office of the President to immediately clean up Manila Bay. That's why in 2019 January, by virtue of that instruction, lahat po ng interagency nagtulong-tulong kung para po magkaroon ng immediate action on the rehabilitation of Manila Bay and also in compliance with the Supreme Court order in the Mandamus case to restore the beauty and quality of Manila Bay. Sa master planning po, medyo matatagalan po dahil may mga schedule, may mga timelines po yan. But in this case, yung ginawa po natin ngayon, because of that instruction, nagkaroon po ng administrative order number 16, wherein the Office of the President directed all agencies to fast-track the rehabilitation of Manila Bay. So ito po yung ating ginagawang efforts ngayon. Tama po kayo, wala dun sa long term, hindi natin makikita literally or spelling out in the master plan. But in our desire and interest to fast-track and comply with the Supreme Court order, ito po yung ginagawa natin ngayon sa Manila Bay, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
So, Mr. Chairman, ang purpose ba ng beach nourishment is to improve water quality and prevent pollution? Or is it just to make it look better? Because that is what your DNR official said a few days ago. In other words, aesthetics.
Yusek Leones.
Mr. Chair, as I said a while ago, may mga 3 phases nga po yan. Ito pong sinasabi natin na first phase, ito po yung clean up and water quality. Ang priority po talaga ng ating pagpaplano sa pamumuno po ng ating kalihim, kailangan po nating marisolba muna ang kalidad ng tubig at saka yung mga sources ng pollution. Ito pong beach nourishment na ginagawa natin is just one part of our rehabilitation effort. Pero naniniwala din po kami sa sinabi natin na talagang kailangan yung water and mga sources of pollution ng ating address, which is we are now doing right now, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman, although
yes, you can proceed, Congressman Biason. You have 30 seconds left.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, although the gentleman has been repeating his answer, it's not responsive because the question really is, how does putting white sand or white dolomite contribute to improving water quality and preventing pollution? But if I have with the time remaining, Mr. Chairman, may I just give these following questions. One is, when was the study on the feasibility of this project undertaken? What percentage of the goal in improving water quality has DENR achieved? What percentage of the goal in declogging and cleaning of the tributaries, rivers, and inland waterways flowing into Manila Bay has been achieved? What percentage of goal to treat wastewater that flows into Manila Bay has DENR achieved? Basically, Mr. Chairman, ang tanong po na yan is to determine if yung mga mas importanteng dapat nating ginagawa ay napaglaanan na natin ang sapat na pondo para improve yung mga ibang aspects na yun, which are all in the Master Development Plan. Na naglagay tayo ng pondo on something which is not in the Master Development Plan. But we have yet to see the actual contribution to the improvement of Manila Bay, aside from aesthetics. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Congressman Rufi Biason. That will be the last set of questions. And for the reply, Undersecretary Leones.
So nabanggit po ni Congressman Rufi Biason, yung beach nourishment, hindi lang po siya aesthetic. Ito po yung nabanggit na rin po ng ating kalihim kanina, na ito pong beach nourishment natin sa paggamit po ng Dolomite, ito po ay may epekto rin po sa kalidad ng tubig. Sila po ang ginagamit natin para at least kasi ito po yung meron po siyang katangian, itong Dolomite, kung saan po napapababa niya yung pH content ng water quality. At ito rin po yung kung mapansin nyo, nabanggit po yung ating example, Your Honor, ito po yung ginagamit natin sa mga marine salt aquarium. Nakita po natin na nakatulong sa paglilinis ng tubig. Sa pangalawang mga request po, siguro ang gusto po ng ating Your Honor, yung mga accomplishments natin and yung mga timelines. And we are ready to provide the Honorable Congressman of our accomplishments and the targets and timelines of our activities in Manila Bay, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman, may I just request for a copy of the study on the implementation of the beach nourishment, the basis for making a determination on the embarking on the project, and the study which would detail the advantages and the disadvantages of such a project. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No problem, Congressman Biason. The chair would like to instruct the COMSEC to get the data information requested by the Honorable Rufi Biason from the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. Next, the chair would like to recognize Representative Arnie Teves. Arnie Teves. Representative Arnie Teves, please unmute your microphone. Wala. COMSEC, wala si Con. Nandyan? Representative Arnie Teves, please unmute your microphone. I'll go back later to Representative Arnie Teves. The chair would like to call on Representative Sara Elago. Representative Sara Elago.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Chair. First, on intensified forest protection, the DNR hired a total of 3,431 forest protection officers and forest government. More, magkano po ang natatanggap nilang sahod?
Representative Sara Elago, can you please repeat? Nawawala po yung signal ninyo. Can you fix your signal? Please repeat
Maraming
again.
salamat,
Yes.
Mr. Chair. Yes. First, on intensified forest protection, the DNR hired a total of 3,431 forests. How many more is the DNR planning to hire for next year? Magkano ang natatanggap nilang sahod at maaari bang i-update, no? Ang katulungan nito pagdating naman sa protection at welfare ng ating mga forest protection officers at forest guards.
I think the question was the hiring of forest protection officer.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yusek Adobo.
If I may. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, we hired augmentation.
Yusek Adobo, can you please go closer to the microphone so that we can properly hear your answer?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, Your Honor, we hired augmentation force to protect our forest. We are paying them, I guess, 8,000 a month. Our forest protection officers used to cover each. The ratio is 4,000 hectares per forest ranger, and then we realized that we're losing the battle against the illegalists. Those are poaching and cutting trees in the forest. So that's why we proposed and Congress was responsive then, several years ago. The reason being that while we embark on establishing plantations, we should not forget protecting the existing forests. So that was the reason that we were given a green light to hire forest protection officers, Your Honor. And yes, they're effective in helping us protect the forest.
Yusek Adobo, I just want to clarify. Did you say one forest protection officer covers 4,000 hectares?
It used to, Mr. Chairman. The ratio is one forest ranger per 4,000 hectares.
That used to be the ratio. What is the ratio now?
when we were allowed to hire additional forest protection officers to the tune of like over 2,000. So that drastically reduced to about half of the area covered by each forest ranger.
So half is 2,000 hectares.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is being watched over one forest protection officer, 2,000 hectares?
That's the number, Your Honor. But we look at the effect. There used to be over 30 hotspot area, and in 2-3 years, when we were implementing the forest protection scheme with the newly hired, we call them JOs, protection officers, we were able to drastically reduce the hotspots of the country. So that's how effective the... Okay, I am provided now the exact numbers of those that we hired. We hired 1,000. Hindi ko rin makita. 1,531 forest protection officers, Mr. Chairman. They greatly help the enforcement function of the department. And we're paying them 8,500 pesos to be exact per month, Your Honor.
Representative Sara Elago.
Yes, Mr. Chair, napakaliit po ng kanilang sinasahod kumpara dun sa laki at bigat no ng kanilang responsibilidad na protektahan ang ating mga gubat. No, kaya po sa tamang panahon na magpo-propose ang representative na ito ng dagdag na pondo no para sa protection at welfare ng mga forest protection officers. Now let me go to my next concern, Mr. Chair. How much does the agency is proposing for the monitoring of waste to energy facilities for the year 2021?
Yusek Kuna.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I may ask Director William Conyado of the Environmental Management Bureau to answer that. Director Conyado, please.
Director William Conyado.
Yes, Mr. Chair. For the year 2021, we are proposing for the waste to energy, Mr. Chair, of 320 million with 16 regions, Mr. Chair. One per region at about 20 million per unit, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, how much are we proposing for the effective implementation of the Ecological Solid Waste Management Act?
Director?
Mr. Chair, can we repeat the question, Mr. Chair? The signal is
Magkano po ang pondo naman sa implementasyon ng RA 9003 tungkol po sa ating ecological solid waste management?
We have an approve of 630 million, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chair, may we request a breakdown of the proposed budget items for these programs of the DENR. Now, on to my last question, Mr. Chair. Tungkol po sa implementasyon naman ng prohibition sa non-environmentally acceptable packaging. Kamusta po ang pagpapatuto, Ginoong Chair? Dahil po napakalaki na maitutulong sa pag-address natin ng plastic pollution. Hindi na natin kailangan na magdepende pa sa iba't ibang mga pamamaraan para tugunan ang ating plastic problem na dulot pa ng mas maraming problema. Katilang mga hakbang na para sa pagbubukas pa ng mas to energy facilities na nakabatay sa incineration.
Mr. Chair, for the items that the good Congressman Ilago is asking us, for the plastic recycling equipment, Mr. Chair, we have a budget of 162 million. And for the 182 sets of shredders and composter, Mr. Chair, that is amounted to 182 million. And for the 16 units of the waste to energy, that is amounting to 320 million. So that will we have a total of almost 600 million, Mr. Chair.
Salamat Ginoong Chair. Parang manghingi ng representasyon na ito ng kopya na presentasyon ng DENR. Likewise, we'd also ask them to submit a copy of the annual report on the continuous emission monitoring system as mandated by the CAA. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative Sara Elago. The Chair instructs the Committee Secretariat to furnish the data information requested by Representative Elago from DNR. Next.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Director. Next, the Chair would like to recognize Representative Ching Veloso. Tapos na. Next, Representative Christopher De Venecia. Representative Christopher De Venecia. Next, the Chair would like to recognize Representative Ria Vergara.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Mine is not a question, Mr. Chair, but an appeal to Secretary Simatu to help my district secure a department administrative order similar to what he issued for Zambales last October, so that we can help dredging and desilting the Pampanga River in my district at no cost to the government. Is that possible, Mr. Chair?
DNR, if I may, Mr. Chair. Yes, Yusek Kuna. The Department Administrative Order, Mr. Chair, the procedure is for the province, in this particular case, the province of Nueva Ecija, for the local government to declare its intention to join the program for river restoration, just by a simple letter to the Secretary of the DENR, and we will respond to that letter accordingly, sir. Thank you, Yusek Kuna.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Representative Vergara, you may continue.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Yusek, we've been working closely with MGB Director Moncano and Director Moreno. Hello?
The MGB Director Insomo? Is that Director Insomo,
no,
ma'am?
MGB Moncano, sir.
Moncano,
MGB
yes.
Director
Yes,
Moncano and MGB and Regional Director Moreno. Then my next question, Mr. Chair, is in the PowerPoint presentation
a point of order.
Kong Arnie, can I just finish?
Yeah, I'm raising a point of order because kanina pa ako naghihintay, hindi ko alam ba't sinabihan ako yung sunod, hindi ko alam ba't ang dami pang tinatawag na iba.
Yeah, Congressman Tevez,
ako pinapasok ng Zoom.
Congressman Tevez, I was calling you for a couple of times.
Of order. It's not my fault,
Can you fix your signal? Actually, we're having a hard time understand. Anyway, the chair will recognize.
Mr. Chairman, I even have
Kong Arnie, We will finish Congresswoman Vergara, then I will recognize you.
I also have a video that the host will let me.
The chair recognizes Congresswoman Vergara. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My second point, sir, is just I'd like the good secretary to just submit to the committee in their PowerPoint.
Thank you.
Sir, they said that they would. Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, DNR, can you please submit the PowerPoint as requested by Congresswoman Vergara? Okay, the chair would like to instruct the COMSEC to secure the copy of the PowerPoint presentation of DNR and submit a copy to Representative Vergara.
No, Mr. Chair, no, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, you misunderstood me. What I'd like is actually they talked about streamlining of the management of healthcare and infectious waste, including compliance standards, so that we can cascade it down to the LGUs, because right now all these medical waste, is causing havoc, and we don't want to create bigger problems. So if they could give it to us so that we can help them implement it. That's what I would like, sir. Not the whole PowerPoint, just the management of healthcare infectious waste.
Secunda, can you please furnish the committee?
We will do that, Mr. Chair. We're instructing the Environmental Management Bureau to prepare this and to send to the committee and to Congresswoman Vergara.
Okay, COMSEC, please secure the copies.
The last, Mr. Chair, is
last one? After, last question from Congresswoman Vergara, then the chair will recognize Representative Arnie Tevez. Please proceed with your last question, Representative Vergara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We just like the assistance of the DNR because there is an incident of cut down century-old trees, and we've filed a complaint, and we just like the help of the DNR to make sure that this person is penalized for not following the forestry code. That's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Representative Ria Vergara. The chair would now recognize Representative Arnie Tevez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please proceed, Congressman Arnie Tevez. You may now proceed.
I sent an audio-visual presentation there. Can it be shown for a while? I sent it to the COMSEC.
Yes, we will play it, but it will the time playing that video will be taken from your 3 minutes. Would that be okay, Congressman Tevez?
To show that video, it will only take, it's just a screenshot. I don't think it will take 30 seconds.
Okay, COMSEC, the video presentation as forwarded to you by Representative Arnie Tevez. Please play it now.
Okay, then can you show the pictures? Okay, now, that's enough, Mr. Chairman. Now, here are my questions.
Please proceed, Congressman Tevez.
Yeah, I'll read my questions, all my questions first. Is a mere application deemed an approval? Number 2, can anybody construct permanent structures on 4
Congressman Tevez, Arnie,
with just a mere application without approval? Yes, sir.
Can you please repeat?
Yes, sir.
Because we are having a hard time understanding your line of question. Can you please repeat it again? Please repeat your question.
Number one question. is a mere application deemed an approval? Number 2 question, can anybody construct permanent structures on forest land with a mere application without approval and without an ECC? Number 3, why has DENR not stopped these ongoing violations? Number 4, with all these misfeasance and malfeasance, I propose to defer hearing the budget of DENR. The number 5, what's the use of giving budget to a non-functional agency? I'm sorry, Secretary Simato is my friend, RD Melicor and all other friends there in DENR, but there has been violations in the province of Negros Oriental done by Governor Digamo, and the picture clearly shows that it's a violation. Bakit walang ginagawa ang DENR hanggang ngayon? At pati yung quarrying, merong ordinansa ngayon na no export. Just the other day, I saw a barge leaving the province of Negros Oriental exporting sand to another province. Bakit nakakaroon pa rin ng ganon? And over and above that, continuous improper quarrying is being done in our province. Walang ginagawa. Pang-5 taon ko na tong sinasabi. Magbabudget pa ba tayo sa ganyang ahensya?
DNR, can you please respond to the questions raised by Representative Arnie Teves? Yusek Sampulna.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Your Honor. This afternoon, I was informed of the situation there in that area, and immediately I instructed the RED to issue a notice of violation, not only the DNR but also the EMB, because the EMB there is no ECC issued in that area in this building that was constructed. Immediately, I think the RED right now is doing something about it. And to the 4 questions that was raised by the good congressman, pwede ba makita ulit mga question niya? Number 1, sabi niya doon is, yung sinabi doon kanina, can we pause it again? The 4 question, please. Yes. Is it a mere application deemed approved? The answer, sir, is no. It's definitely no. Can anybody construct a structure in the forest land without ECC and without permit from the DNR? The answer is, again, no. It's a big no, sir. Why did DNR not stop the ongoing violation? And as I have told you, I have already instructed the RED and even the RD of the EMB to issue notice of violation, after which magkakaroon na sila ng investigation, then they will be penalized. Then, ano isa, Miss Patience, and I propose to DNR. So, yun na.
Okay na. Representative Arnie Teves. Congressman Arnie Teves. Narinig mo ba yung...
Yeah, here, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
My question is, how come it's only today they issued a notice of violation when it has been going on for years? Now, kung nasira natin yung West Cove Boracay, bakit hindi natin wasakin itong mga structures na to? Because the law for one should be the law for all. Just because proyekto ng gobernador namin, pwede siya. Hindi gobernador yung may-ari ng West Cove Boracay, pwede siyang sirain. dapat kung sinira yung West Cove Boracay, sirain din natin to. Eh pareho lang kasalanan yan eh. I want an answer from the DENR.
Yusek, sampol na.
Kung ganun, huwag na tayo mag-DENR.
Yusek, sampol na.
Yeah, thank you very much for the query, Mr. Chair. I think tama po wala hong pagkakaiba ang West Cove na sinasabi ni Congressman doon sa violation ni Governor. Now, meron po tayong proseso dyan. We will issue first the notice of violation. Pagkatapos, magkakaroon sila ng meeting with the owner. Then, I think the processes will come in that order. Dahil hindi naman tayo pwedeng wasakin yan. But anyway, tama siya. The law in Boracay should also be the law in other area because we follow the same law.
Ngayon, question, Mr. Chairman. Ano ang timeline? Dahil yung proseso sa Boracay mabilis eh. Kailan nyo ito wawasakin? Bigyan nyo ako ng timeline. Hindi naman pwede dahil 5 taon na ako nagre-reklamo sa quarry sa Negros Oriental, hanggang ngayon walang nangyayari. Parati lang akong bigay ng bigay, okay lang yung budget nyo. Pero ngayon, 5 taon na, sobra na. Sobra na. 5 taon na yung quarrying sa amin na walang benching. Bakit hanggang ngayon nangyayari? Just because governor yung gumagawa? Is he above the law? Or is the DENR under the governor of Negros Oriental? Again, can I have the timeline kung kailan ito wawasakin? I want the same timeline or even shorter like West Cove, Boracay.
Yusek, sampol na. Can you answer the query of Representative Arnie Teves as to the timeline that you can implement it?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, we have to defer to the regional executive director of their action taken. Dahil actually, we only knew of the problem only today. Had we knew this earlier, dapat matagal na siguro naayos ito. Natapos itong problema. So, we have to refer this case to the regional executive director in the area. Thank you po.
Ganito, ang tanong ko, Mr. Chairman, ngayon, is the DENR in our place functioning? Because hindi ko maintindihan bakit dahil ang budget hearing, tsaka nila nalaman, mga bulag ba sila, mga bingi? Dapat kahit walang mag-report, ang serbisyo ng gobyerno o ang trabaho ng DENR, nalalaman nila kung may violation o wala. Whether I report or I don't, they should know. Am I right? I want an answer from the DENR. Kailangan pa ba may magsumbong or dapat matagal nyo nang alam yun?
Yusek, sampol na.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Tama po si Congressman. Dapat ang trabaho ng ating mga tao sa field ay kung anong violation, gagawan kagad din ng aksyon. Kung maganda, ay siguro we need to reassess our people on the ground on this matter. Dahil baka siguro, baka nabulag na sila doon sa area, sir.
Okay. Kong Arnie.
Lastly, Mr. Chairman, pwede ba na i-oppose ko muna yung budget ng DENR hanggang maayos nila to? Dahil useless eh. Bakit ako magbabudget sa gobyerno, sa ahensya na hindi naman nagpa-function? Kung ako, pamigay na lang natin yung mga pera sa mahirap. Pakain na lang natin sa mahirap yun. Nakatulong pa tayo sa taong bayan.
Session is resumed. Hearing is resumed. Thank you. Comsec, may time pa ba? 4 minutes and 33 seconds. Okay. Considering that Representative Arnie Teves already consumed his 4 minutes, and there is already commitment from USEC Sampulna to really look into the matter with regards to the concerns raised by Representative Arnie Teves. Next, the chair would like to recognize Representative Christopher De Venecia. You have 3 minutes. Representative Christopher De Venecia.
All right, Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Please proceed. You have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening to our DENR family. Sorry for the dog barking. Okay, my first question, Mr. Chair, for the DENR. We have 2 major programs that were identified under the Office of the Secretary. The first being the Natural Resources Conservation and Development Program, and the second one being the Natural Resources Enforcement and Regulatory Program, and both of which have an obligation rate of 44.6% and 37.3% respectively. So, Mr. Chair, can we find out from the DENR why both programs have significantly low obligation rates from 2019?
DNR? Undersecretary Adobo?
My apologies, Mr. Chairman. I didn't quite get...
Sorry, Mr. Chair, is there a point of order?
I didn't quite get the...
Can you please repeat your question? Congressman De Venecia? Your question
yes, Mr. Chair.
regarding the obligation rate.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I mentioned that there were 2 major programs under the Office of the Secretary that were included in the NEP. One is the Natural Resources Conservation and Development Program, and another one is the Natural Resources Enforcement and Regulatory Program, and both of which have obligation rates of 44.6% and 37.3% respectively. So I just wanted to find out, Mr. Chair, from the DENR as to the significantly low obligation rates for both these major programs, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Yusek Adobo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The reason for the low obligation of the 2 major programs is the pandemic that swept the country.
I see.
That's the mother program. In that program, there are several activities, and obviously they're affected by this pandemic. In the issuance of patents, the activity there are several activities that lead to the issuance of one patent, and that requires investigation on the ground. And for the last 2 quarters, our personnel were not able to conduct this activity on the ground, and that's obviously is the reason for the low utilization of the budget, Your Honor.
Congressman De Venecia? Congressman De Venecia, you may continue.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please proceed.
All right, thank you. My next question, Mr. Chair, is that we still have around 5,400 hectares of poorly managed terrestrial protected areas vis-a-vis the target to bring it down to 0 hectares by 2022. So may we find out from the DENR, Mr. Chair, what has caused this lag and what is their plan moving forward so that we can reach our targets at the end of the administration?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
we
Yusek Adobo.
Can we refer this question to Asik Calderon, who's on video?
To whom?
Asik Calderon, Your Honor.
Asek Calderon. Asek Calderon.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Regarding the question, we would like to inform you that these are the areas that are being prioritized for restoration and rehabilitation. And it is also part of the convergence for the National Greening Program in restoring these areas that remains to be rehabilitated. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So are we on target to be able to reach our targets by 2022? Are we on the right track? Are we going to be able to reach it?
Asek Calderon.
Mr. Chairman, given the proposal of the DNR, should we be given the complete budget for the National Greening Program, for the Protected Area Management Program, we will be able to reach the target by 2022, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I suppose I would like to appeal to the leadership as well as to the Committee on Appropriations that the National Greening Program of the DNR be further capacitated in the 2021 budget so that they would be able to reach such targets by 2022. Next question, Mr. Chair. From the report of the DNR, there appears to be a total of 16 illegal logging hotspots in the Philippines. And it was also reported that there was a 12.5% decrease of these hotspots in 2019. And the target is that by 2022, the number of such hotspots should have been halved to about 8. So can we just find out, Mr. Chair, from the DNR, what is the standard for when a hotspot has been neutralized? And what was the experience in those 2 hotspots neutralized in 2019? And can you tell us whether what these remaining hotspots are, and is the 50% reduction target feasible by 2022?
Okay, thank you very much, Congressman De Venecia. That will be the last set of questions. You have already consumed your 3 minutes for the reply. The chair would like to recognize
Mr. Chairman, Asik Calderon, who used to be the...
Okay, the chair would like to recognize Asek Calderon.
Mr. Chair, I heard another point of order.
Asek Calderon, you may continue to reply the query of Congressman De Venecia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have drastically reduced the illegal logging hotspot areas. The 2 remaining are the areas that are we are challenged as far as peace and order is concerned, and also the issue of mobility. But we are in partnership
what areas
with
are those,
our.
Mr. Chair?
This is in Agusan area, Mr. Chair, and these are the remaining hotspots that we are addressing in coordination with other law enforcement agencies, Mr. Chair.
So are we in target to be able to hit our goals of reducing it by 50% by 2022?
We are in target, Mr. Chair. That's why we prioritize funding for our forest protection program, which is basically our investment for this kind of areas.
All right. Thank you so much to the DNR. And Mr. Chair, before I end, I'd just like to appeal again to the Committee on Appropriations that I hope that we can further capacitate the national greening program of the DENR. Whatever budget it is that they are lobbying for, I hope that we can pay heed because this has been very helpful in so many areas of nation building, not just in terms of the environment, but also for trade and industry and many other areas of governance that we should be looking into. So I further reiterate that appeal, Mr. Chair, that we capacitate and give them the budget that they so deserve and wish for the National Greening Program. Mr. Chair, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Congressman De Venecia. Next, the chair would like to recognize from the minority, Representative Shari Ann Tan.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, everyone, especially to Secretary Simato. I would like to thank Secretary Simato and the DNR for providing us last year in the 2020 budget for around 91 million for the demarcation and delineation of SINP, Summer Island Natural Park. Mr. Chair, I would like to request from the DNR if it would be possible if DNR can provide us additional fundings for the delineation zone for around 9,000 kilometers. Kasi ho, yung sa 2020, yung budget ho natin, intended lang siya for the 11.4 kilometers. So, 11.4 million for 1,000 kilometers. So, we need additional 9,000 kilometers para matapos po yung buong Summer Island Natural Park na magkaroon ng management zone. And then, gusto ko lang iparating kay Secretary Simato that SINP is the largest protected area in terms of terrestrial and land base in the Philippines. And we need to update the management plan kasi ang last ho na management plan na ginawa way back 2016 pa po. So we need, kasi 5 years na po, we need to update it. And right now, the 3 provinces, Eastern Samar, Northern Samar, and the province of Samar, we're working out with the UNESCO Heritage Accreditation. Gusto ko rin ho iparating kay Secretary na ginagawa ho namin to kasi based dun sa before when I was the RPOC chair in Region 8, nakita namin na nagiging handicap po yung 3 probinsya as far as insurgency is concerned dahil ho sa pagiging protected area niya kasi less yung development ang nadadala dun sa Summer Island. Pero we're discussing this with the other governors during that time na we might as well convert or i-shift natin yung weakness ng probinsya na naging protected area siya into something na magiging strength namin. So kung magkaroon ho ng management zone and at the same time delineation, mas malaki ho ang maitutulong kasi yung mga protected area din ho, Secretary Simato, yun din ho ang mga areas kung saan yun nandun din yung insurgency. And right now, the province is very aggressive in coordination with the 5 battalions with the 8th Infantry Division. So gusto ho namin na ma-develop na rin yung lugar in accordance dun sa kung ano ang naaangkop sa kanya. So we really need the management plan. Yun po, Secretary Simato. And based dito sa mandate naman po ng DNR, it says that DNR shall be the primary government agency responsible for the conservation, management, development, and proper use of the country's environment and natural resources. So naaangkop naman ho din. And it will not only help the province, but the entire island of Samar. And we all know that the 3rd largest island in the entire Philippines is the Samar Island. So malaking tulong ho as far as poverty is concerned and insurgency is concerned kung mailalagay ho natin yung pondong to. Yun po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative Shari Antan will respond. Secretary Simato.
Yes, thank you very much, Congresswoman Tan, and I'm really very happy also that we have also shared some of your developmental projects there by providing you the necessary funding for such projects. And for the next, for your next project, probably, can I request you, Sec Adobo, to answer this to Congresswoman Tan. Congresswoman Tan, good evening po. Thank you very much.
Okay, Yusek Adobo.
Thank you po, sir.
Yusek Adobo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Para po sa kaalaman, a pleasant surprise to Congresswoman Tan. Sa 2021 natin, yung Summer Island National Park ay siya isa sa mga priority natin po na pinogram. We're still doing the costing, the cost that will be required in the updating of the management plan of Summer Island. But the same amount will be augmented, and it is already in the proposed budget. We propose also for the delineation of the perimeter of Summer Island with an amount of 91 million. It was decreased by DBM to later released by almost 10 million, but just the same, we wrote some DBM to restore the reduction, and that will effectively also help accomplish the updating of the management plan of Summer Island protected area, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much, Yusek Adobo. Congresswoman Tan, you still have 10 seconds left. Do you still have a question?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to ask the DNR kung kailan ho kaya ma-i-release yung fund for the 2020. Kasi as of now, medyo na-stop talaga na yung project implementation. So we would like to ask, actually this is from the ground, kung kailan ho kaya na ma-i-release yung fund nung 2021 and how much will be given for 2020?
If I may.
Yes, Yusek Adobo. That will be the last question of Representative Shariantan. Please, you can respond now, Yusek Adobo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the information of the good Congresswoman, we are closely coordinating with the region. We asked the region to update the work and financial plan. We will provide her office as soon as we fix the amount that would be needed, charge on the current budget. We'll be glad to provide her office a copy of this work and financial plan, Your Honor. It will be soon. They responded. It's supposed to have been submitted for this hearing, but I understand we're still awaiting for the region to submit the same. Within the week or so, we'll be able to provide the exact amount for Summer Island, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Yusek,
thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you also,
Secretary Simato. Thank you po.
Thank you also, Congresswoman Shariantan. Next, the chair would like to recognize from the majority, Representative Ria Vergara. Sorry. Representative Luisa Quaresma.
So, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Magandang gabi po. Nako, pagod na po kayo. And also to the family of the DNR headed by our very good Secretary Simato. Kanina po, ako ay nagpapasalamat sa ating butihing kongresista, Arlene Brosas, dahil kanina po, inilabas po niya diyan yung issue about sa DDP po. Ang kanina may tinanong siya about nga kasi expired na po yung FTAA ng DDP. Ang sinabi po nyo from the DNR na wala naman ng activity po doon. If I could remember, only I think before we had a recess sa Congress, ako po ay nag-privilege speech. Dahil ho, sa pagpasok na naman ho, at lagi-lagi po ito, yun hong kanilang ginagawa, nagpapasok po sila ng mga tanker po ng fuel, o kaya gasolina at mga diesel. Kaya ang pagkaalam ko po, Secretary, baka tuloy pa rin ho, although hindi naman massive or hindi naman mas, massive yung trabaho doon. Ang akin po, kasi noon, yung ating hong kapulisan, about 100 of them, pumasok po noong April, kasagsagan po ng ECQ doon sa DDPO, na which is, I think, dapat hindi sila pumasok doon. Ang kinakaba ko po ngayon, Mr. Secretary, ang akin lang pong hinihiling ay sana sa ngayon, dahil kami po ngayon ay, ang Nueva Vizcaya po ay ang populasyon ay 500,000 lang po. Pero sa ngayon po, just a week ago, we just have 10 COVID positive patients. Ngayon, ako po'y kinakabahan dito sa aming lalawigan po ng Nueva Vizcaya. In just a span of 1 week po, meron na ho kaming almost 180 COVID positive patients. Kaya nga po ako'y busy po dito sa akin hong distrito, sa amin hong lalawigan. At sinasabi ko lang po ito para naman ho pagsabihan yung ating hong mga nandyan sa mining, sa DDPO mining at dyan na rin po sa Runruno, yung FCF mining, na sa kasagsagan ho, sa kadamihan po ng COVID patients namin ngayon, dapat po huminto muna ng operation. Yun lang po ang aking at kindly advise them because yun nga, may isa pang tiga-DDPO na nag-positive po. Kaya pwede po ba na sana po, Mr. Secretary, ako po ay nag-aapila na sa ngayon, wag muna silang pumasok ng Nueva Vizcaya dahil ayaw din namin na sila ay mahawa o kaya hindi lang yung mahawa, gusto rin namin protektahan ang aming mga mamamayan. Because imagine, a little province just like our, like Nueva Vizcaya with only 500 population, meron kaming almost 200 positive cases. Yun lang po. And another question, Mr. Chair, is yun pong JICA project. Ano po ba itong JICA project? Briefly lang po na pwedeng sagutin yon, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much, Vice Chair Banti Quaresma, for that manifestation and question to be replied by DNR. And I'd like to remind Representative Quaresma that she has already eaten up her 3 minutes. So for the reply, will reply the Director of MGB.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nabanggit ko na kanina, Mr. Chair, na yun na nga, expired na yung FTAA, yung Financial Technical Assistance Agreement ng Oceana. But Oceana has, of course, filed their appeal to the Office of the President. So pending siya sa Office of the President. Now, yung issue na merong pumasok doon na tanker truck, actually fuel tanker truck yun, na-explain ko rin kanina na yung minahan, yung underground mine ng Oceana is a national asset. Yung Regalian doctrine natin that all mineral resources in the country are owned by the state. So asset natin yon ang minahan. So habang asset pa natin yon, kailangang i-maintain. So ang sinabi ko kanina, may yung delivery ng fuel tanker truck, ang purpose doon para makatakbo lang yung generator doon para sa dewatering pumps. Kailangan kasi i-maintain yung underground mine na yung level ng tubig hindi akyat to the point na ma-flood yung mine at malust yung mawala yung asset na yon, no? So that's why actually delivery of fuel was approved by Secretary Anyo mismo, no? Secretary Anyo mismo, because they have to coordinate with the DILG and the police, no? And the purpose really of the delivery of that fuel tanker truck was for the use of the generating sets para sa dewatering pumps. So not for commercial operation, hindi sila nag-commercially operate para maka-stockpile, para maka-produce, no? Para lang yon sa maintenance ng dewatering pumps para ma-maintain yung asset ng gobyerno. Yun lang yon. Pero right now, wala silang operation, care and maintenance lang sila, gwardiya, maintenance ng underground mine sa dewatering. Other than that, wala silang commercial extraction. Yun lang. Salamat, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, MGB Director. Next, the Chair would like to recognize from the minority, Representative Franz Castro.
Mr. Chair, I think I have another question, but about the JICA project. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank the family of the NR headed by the Secretary for allocating JICA project here in my district and my province.
Come again, Representative Quaresma, you were saying?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Chair, it's all about the JICA project, which is a concreting of farm-to-market road. Because hindi ko masyadong maintindihan ito, but I'm so grateful to the family of the NR for providing JICA projects in the province of Nueva Vizcaya. And all I ask that they should also pay a courtesy call to the congressman. And it's so good that some of your people here are also making a courtesy call with regards to the JICA project. And at this point in time, I would like to thank the Secretary for providing JICA project for the province of Nueva Vizcaya. Yun lang, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Salamat po, Congresswoman Banti. Thank you daw. Sexy Matu for that JICA project, kung pwede, ipaalam lang kay Congresswoman yung JICA project. So anyway, Congresswoman Banti, they have heard your request, and don't worry, DNR will see you in your district. And next, the Chair would like to recognize Representative Franz Castro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me? Can I continue, Mr. Chair?
Yes. Please continue.
Yes. Yeah. Mr. Chair, I just would like to ask for some documents regarding ENGP, or yung National Grading Program, because this would be necessary in our decision if we are going to scrap, reduce, or retain the budget of NEGP. So namely, Mr. Chair, I would like to ask for number 1, the annual budget and auditing reports of ENGP from 2015 up to the present. Number 2, progress report from 2015 up to the present. The contract of private sector who participated in the ENGP. Number 4, documents on the site of implementation. Maybe if there is a map, baka pwede po natin mahingi yung map. At saka yung mga technical document po regarding the study po ng ENGP. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The Chair instructs COMSEC to secure the necessary documents from the DNR, particularly MGB. NGP, National Greening Program. Do you still have another question, Representative Franz Castro? Yun na po.
Just a manifestation, Mr. Chair, kasi hindi ko lang po kasi maisip yung pondong ibinibigay natin sa National Greening Program. In 5 years na po yata ito, while we passed a law, di ba, nagpasa po tayo ng batas na pati mga graduate students ay kailangang magtanim ng puno. So gusto ko lang pong ma-reconcile itong ano na to, no, itong program na ito, yung NGP, at saka paano po itong may papasok sa program itong pagtatanim ng puno ng mga graduating students. May comment po ba dito ang Secretary, Mr. Chair?
DNR, USEC, sampul na.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Ito po ang question niya kung paano daw i-reconcile itong ENGP natin doon sa instruction. There is a law now providing providing citizens, yung mga graduate natin na magtanim. Well, ito naman kasing ENGP, ma'am, ay ginagawa natin dito sa kabundukan. Ito namang instruction na gagawin siguro ng ating ang ating mababa at saka mataas na kapulungan ay ito yung magtatanim yung mga tao. Katulad din nung time po ng ating Presidente Marcos noon, na bago ka mag-graduate ay magtatanim ka ng kahoy. Hindi naman specific na doon sa ENGP. However, if they wanted to plant in the NGP area, that can also be authorized, pero it will not reduce the area what contracted by the DNR with our target beneficiaries.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Chair, gusto ko lang gusto lang ma-emphasize dito yung program na eto, kung wala naman po tayong talagang nahihita dito sa NGP, at tayo po ay may mga bagong batas na katulad nito, at yun nga, sabi ng mga graduate, bakit sila po ay mapapahirapan sa mga ganitong mga batas na ginagawa natin. So yun lang po, Mr. Chair, kailangan ko po yung documents so that on the plenary session, we would wisely decide kung ito pong NGP ay pupondohan pa natin or babawasan ng pondo o talagang i-retain natin yung pondo. Salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative Franz Castro. Next, the Chair would like to recognize Representative Rufus Rodriguez. Representative Rufus Rodriguez. Next, the Chair would like to recognize Representative Bong Suntay. Next, the Chair would like to recognize Representative Ami Sangkopan.
Mr. Chair, I think Kong Rufus Rodriguez can be heard. It's visible via Zoom.
Oh, okay. I will call him again.
And I think I would have to yield to Kong Rufus Rodriguez and
Thank you, Kong Ami. Thank you. Representative Rodriguez, please unmute your microphone. Representative Rufus Rodriguez. Congressman Rufus Rodriguez. Balikan natin. Anyway, we will go back to Congressman Rufus Rodriguez. The Chair would like to recognize Representative Ami Sangkopan.
Actually, Mr. Chair, with all due respect, I could hear Kong Rufus. I just cannot understand why the live feed is he is not heard. If with all due respect, Kong Rufus may allow. Yes. Mr. Chair, I only have 2 points, and the DNR can choose to answer or provide me with the necessary data. First is, last year I made mention about my request on Uyaan Lake, and I thank the DNR family then for the immediate action that was provided, and assessment was done, technical report was released, and work and financial plan was prepared by DNR Region 10. However, to this day, DNR family have not provided this representation any feedback on what is the way forward after the assessment of Uyaan Lake. As a backgrounder to the honorable committee, Uyaan Lake dried down in the year 2019. And my second question is on the Marawi rehabilitation task given to DNR. May we know from Yusek Sampulna the way forward po after natin makonduct yung survey sa Marawi. And if possible, kung hindi naman po napapaloob sa proclamation order on the Camp Kitli, ang most affected area, which was the subject of the survey where demolitions were conducted, sana po maglabas na rin ng categorical statement ang DNR para matuldukan na po natin yung usapin na keso walang titulo ang mga lupain sa most affected area ng ating mga kababayan sa Marawi. And then, hope you could provide us with your plans, yung way forward po natin with corresponding timeline since we are targeting na sana matapos po natin ang rehabilitation at recovery for Marawi City. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair, and this representation would be glad to hear some feedback or kahit man lamang po matawagan tayo para maklaro po ito at ma-provide po natin ang ating mga kababayan. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity. And thank you, Kong Rufus, for giving way. Thank you so much, the DNR family, for bearing with us until this time of the night. Thank you po.
Thank you very much, Representative Ami Sangkopan. At the DNR, please furnish the information and data as requested by the good Congresswoman. Okay. Next, we'll go back. Representative Rufus Rodriguez. Congressman Rufus Rodriguez.
We can hear Congressman Rufus Rodriguez.
Yeah, we can hear. We can hear Congressman Rufus.
Yes, unfortunately, we cannot hear him here at Nograles Hall. Kong Rufus?
Hanap ka na ng trabaho.
Wala. Anyway, before I will call again Kong Rufus, I'll call first for 20 seconds manifestation. Ito, 20 seconds. Vice Chair Paul Dasa.
Oh, DOH.
Yeah, hello, Chairman.
Yes, I can hear you, Paul.
Okay, Chairman. Yeah, thank you for recognizing me. I just wanted to thank you and Vice Chair Jonathan Alvarado because he had called me and I think answered a few of my concerns along with Yusek Kuna. So I won't be interpolating anymore, and I thank the committee and the DNR department for accommodating the concerns of the First District of Northern Samar. So I yield back, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next, I will call, the chair will call again Representative Rufus Rodriguez. Kong Rufus, probably what you can do is just make an audio call rather than the video call of Zoom. Kong Rufus? Sino ba? Comsec, can you check?
Naka-audio na lang siya, Chair. Wala nang video.
Yes, audio.
Chairman, idikta na lang nila kung ano sinasabi ni Rufus.
Diyan na lang.
You can hear.
Kasi natatanggap naman natin
Ha?
sila, hindi.
Wala eh. Okay. Isa na last. Sino? The chair, okay. I'll call first another interpellator. The chair recognize Representative or Deputy Speaker D.B. Sabellano.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Yun.
Okay na?
Medyo mahina pero mas okay.
Okay, Mr. Chair, it's just first just a
Alit,
manifestation.
can you
Yeah, I can
speak
hear
a
you.
little louder, Deputy Speaker D.B. Sabellano?
Chair, because I'm just being consistent. In 2016, when I was a member of Congress, ito na yung linalaban natin, yung advocacy natin regarding yung bamboo propagation. Pero it's been 4 years, wala tayong honest to goodness program sa bamboo. So, alam ko naman si Secretary na advocacy rin niya to, yung bamboo. Sana Secretary,
Kong DB, can you repeat again? Naputol eh.
banana queue. Clear ba, Mr. Chair?
Again, the Representative Sabellano?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I've been advocating this since 2016, yung bamboo propagation. And medyo tumatanda na tayo, parang wala pang honest to goodness sa program regarding bamboo. So I'm appealing to the Department of Environment na sana ayusin naman natin ang programa na to kasi napakadali. In every corner of the Philippines, meron tayong kawayan. At ito yung pinakamadaling gawin. And since tumatanda na tayo, ako hanggang hanggang to produce toothpick, chopstick, barbecue stick, hanggang doon na lang ako. Basta ang mangyari lang ito. And another thing, Mr. Chair, I just want to add yung tulong sana na natin sa tobacco industry. Because we all know that the tobacco industry, which contributes 147 billion sa excise tax natin. Yan lang ang industriya sa Pilipinas na tumutulong ng ganung kalaki sa gobyerno natin. Kailangan natin tulungan naman yung fuel wood. Ano yung programa natin para sa fuel wood to support the tobacco farmers of the Philippines. So yun ang pakiusap ko, Mr. Chair, at sana ito'y matugunan kaagad para hindi tayo masyadong late na. Because if we planted the bamboo in 2016, dapat nag-harvest na tayo. Yun lang, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for that question, Deputy Speaker D.B. Sabellano. DNR, Secretary Roy Simato.
Yes, thank you very much, Congressman Sabellano. I'm very happy that you're really an advocate of bamboo. Well, that is really the direction of our department, the planting of bamboos. We decided to make some amendments on our national greening program by giving more to the planting of bamboos. The reason why we are suddenly shifting to bamboo is that the policy that we are going is the improvement of the forest cover. What is the relationship of this improvement of forest cover with that of bamboo production? The relationship is this. Our forest cover is only 23% in our country today. 23%, whereas our neighbors average about 25 to 30%. The reason why we're planting but we're also losing our lumber is that the lumber requirement of our country now is 5 million cubic meters a year. And out of this 5 million cubic meters, we are only producing 1 million. And this 1 million lumber is taken from our mountains, therefore reducing further the forest cover. Well, the 4 million requirement comes from importation. So, ganyan po ang situation ng ating forest cover. Nagtatanim tayo, nilalagay natin dyan, dinadagdagan ng forest natin, but we are also cutting. So, parang hindi tayo makadagdag sa 23% natin. Now, nagkaroon po ng engineered bamboo. Ang ibig sabihin ng engineered bamboo, pwede mong pagdikit-dikitin yung bamboo and use that as a lumber. Mas matibay pa ito sa actual lumber. We have really a lot of bamboos now dito sa Pilipinas. In fact, ginagamit ito sa other way of katulad itong mga ginagamit sa ating mga furnitures, mga iba-ibang ginagamit sa mga bamboo crafts. Pero gusto sana natin dagdagan ito. So ang aking intention is increase the production of our bamboo aside from the existing one. And we can only do that by increasing also our quota for the planting of bamboo. Dati 20% lang ito eh. Ngayon gagawin natin 40% para mas marami yung bamboo na ating itatanim. Nagpunta kami kasi sa Pangasinan. Mayroon po isang doon nagpro-process ng bamboo that is ginagawang lumber sa may Bayambang, Pangasinan. Nakita pa na namin. So, nag-invite ako ng mga potential investors. May investor dito sa Iloilo na very interested in putting up a processing plant also in Iloilo kasi marami yung bamboo sa Panay Island. Ito yung kanilang production na marami. So, dadagdagan pa natin ito nationwide ang pagtanim ng bamboo kasi napapansin namin na maraming lugar dito sa regions dito sa Pilipinas na hindi naman masyadong suited for some hardwood trees. Katulad dito sa mga regions kasi pinakamataas ng survival rate na region ay ang Agusan, Surigao. Maganda po ang doon, umaabot ng 85 to 90% ang survival doon kaya doon na lang tayo magbuhos muna ng tanim ng kahoy. Ito yung mga other regions talagang mababa yung survival rate ng ating mga kahoy. So, malakas ang survival rate ng bamboo Kahit saan yan, talagang nabubuhay. So, nagsishift tayo ngayon ng bamboo all over the regions para dadami yung ating production. So, yan po ang aking masasabi about bamboo productions. And I would like to request also the director for I would like to request Yusek Sampulna to expand further the use the production of our bamboo kung ilan ang mga may tatanim natin ngayon.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, before
Kong DB.
Sampulna, I'm contented already with the answer of Secretary Simato, ang ano ko lang ho sana yung honest to goodness program na natin, kailangan na ho nating umpisan. And Secretary Simato, adati proposal ko dito yapo nga community-based bamboo enterprise development. Numabaling ko i-ted cooking kata no adalin tayo nga na siya dito na ma-implementar ta. O sorry na lang kung di nyo naintindihan yung Ilocano ko, pero what I'm saying is I have a community-based bamboo enterprise development program. Ito yung barangay-based na kaya natin gawin sa buong Pilipinas na sana'y makita ni Secretary Simato, papadala ko sa inyo at para aksyonan, sisi na lang ho si Yusek Sampul na. And lastly, Mr. Chair, ang question ko dun sa isang bayan sa amin, masyado nang maraming langaw because of yung poultry. Pakitignan din ho to. Marami na ho akong sulat dahil na mga tao nagre-reklamo na. Yun lang, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker Kabsat Sabeliano.
Hello.
Next, the chair would like to recognize.
Yes, hello. Kong Jam?
Yes, okay.
Yan na.
Ito, yun na.
Okay.
Yes, the chair would like to recognize the last to interpellate, Congressman Rufus Rodriguez.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We have some technical difficulties, but because of the lateness of the hour, let me just give my manifestation. First of all, I would like to thank the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, headed by Secretary Simato, for being able to successfully implement its programs for the protection of the environment and also for the conservation of our natural resources. And Secretary Simato has done very well in preservation of Boracay, the cleanup of Manila Bay, and of course, he has even controlled the COVID-19 in Cebu. So we would like to congratulate the DNR. The success of the national office, Mr. Chairman, is also because of the people on the ground. And that is why I would like to, at this point, my thanks to our regional offices and city and provincial offices in Cagayan de Oro and Misamis Oriental. I refer to our Regional Executive Director, Arle Adorable, who has been doing very well for the programs of the DNR in the region and for Misamis Oriental, Cagayan de Oro with Pedro Ferdinand Dagulo and Sandro Conrado Dodong Mahinay. And we have also the very good performance of Regional Director Ray Digamo of the EMP. These are the following programs that they have helped me and our city. They have supported the bill which has been approved in the House and in the Senate on the Cagayan de Oro River Cultural Heritage Zone that will protect the environment and the historical position of our riverbanks of the Cagayan de Oro River. These officials have likewise supported my bill on the Cagayan de Oro River and Iponan River watershed protective area, because we have to protect them to protect our people from floods and other calamities. Red Adorable has continued with its rapid land tenure assessment, leading to more titles given to Cagayanons and Misabistanos, and we thank him for that. And finally, we would like to therefore thank the Secretary and our regional officials headed by Red Adorable for the National Breeding Program, where we have been working together, and I understand that there will be more funds given to Cagayan de Oro to have our fourth thematic reforestation. First is the urban reforestation in our urban barangays. You plant trees on the streets. Number two is the planting of upland, our mountainous areas, hill areas, we are going to plant trees. And third, our replanting on our riverside to protect our people living the riverbanks to the planting of bamboo trees. And finally, our planting of the mangrove Bakawan species in our shores of Cagayan de Oro City. With that, I would like to thank Secretary Simato and ask him to continue supporting our regional office so that we in Region 10 will be able to receive all the support from the national office as Secretary Simato has always done. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, my colleagues. Thank you to the resource persons. Thank you very much, Secretary Simato, and Red, Arley, and Durably. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I have just a 30-second manifestation?
Thank you very much, Representative Rufus Rodriguez. Next, for a short manifestation, but before that, tapos na. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The chair would like to recognize Juni Kua, Congressman Juni Kua.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this very rare opportunity. Thank you for acceding to my request. As I said, it is very rare that I have the opportunity to express my support to the DENR family. And I'd like to say that this humble representation and the official dam of Quirino Province never had any problem with the DNR. They have been very supportive of our advocacy for protecting the environment. So I wouldn't want to let this opportunity pass without expressing that support and heartfelt appreciation to the Secretary, to the Regional Director, and to the field personnel. So, and also to the regional officials. So, maraming salamat, Mr. Chairman. Yan lang po. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Congressman Juni Kua. Anyway, thank you also to DNR, for bearing with us. And just one concern, I know Secretary Roy Simato is familiar with this. When he was Southcom Commander, yung Pasunangka Natural Park, we need more forest protection officers. And that is 12,000 hectares and gives water not only to Zamboanga City but also to Zamboanga del Norte and the other provinces. Pasunangka Natural Park. Alam po niya ni Secretary nung Southcom Commander siya nun. Thank you po.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair,
I will just give this manifestation to Secretary since we're running out of time because this concerning my district, especially on the oil spill in Iloilo City. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair Jonathan C. Alvarado.
Mr. Chairman, ang paalam po natin dito sa Nograles Hall at ang schedule po ng DNR ay 11 a.m. At hiniram po natin itong hall hanggang alas 6 pero medyo nag-overtime po tayo, Mr. Chair. Alam ko po na maraming issue ang DNR pero sana po ay nabigyan ng linaw ng maayos ng mga taga-DNR ngayong araw na ito. At ang ilan naman sa ating mga kasama ay sigurado pong magkakaroon rin ng ilang katanungan pagdating sa floor. At sa binigay pong oras sa atin ni Secretary Roy Simato, lahat po ng pamilya ng DNR, kami po ay nagpapasalamat sa inyo. Sa ngalan na rin ng House Leadership na pinangungunahan ni Speaker Alan Cayetano, Majority Leader Martin at Chairman Eric Yap, kami po ay nagpapasalamat at nagdadasal na wala sanang ma-COVID sa inyo sa pagpunta nyo, sa pag-iikot, sa budget. At siyempre, hindi lang naman dito, alam kong sasalang rin kayo sa Senate at meron pa tayong plenary debates. At Mr. Chair, sa kaalaman po ngayon, natapos na rin natin yung listahan ng mga magtatanong. At Mr. Chair, motion to terminate the briefing ng DNR, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion to terminate the briefing of DNR. Any second?
I second the motion, Mr. Chair.
There's a second. This budget briefing of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources is terminated.